Good morning and welcome to Round the Globe on Aneke TV. First, let's look at stories making the headlines. EU backs plan to lend Ukraine $300 billion from frozen Russian assets. Trump threatens job cuts as U.S. shutdown continues. Police clash with Gaza protesters in Geneva. Britain's trade remedies body promises faster, tougher action. 15 billion naira fake drugs destroyed by NAFDAC in Oyo State. Zulum visits Niger to boost military cooperation. Nigeria opens first new crude export hub in 50 years. I am Aneke. Now the news in details. Western governments are moving ahead with a landmark decision to channel about $300 billion in frozen Russian central bank reserves into loans for Ukraine. EU leaders have backed the plan, marking a dramatic shift in how frozen state assets are deployed in global conflicts. Supporters say the move will give Kiev a lifeline without relying solely on taxpayers, while also raising the cost of Moscow's war. But critics warn it could set a precedent that shakes confidence in the global financial system if sovereign assets are no longer untouchable. Supporters have explained how the scheme would work, why the EU embraced it, and what it could mean for the future of international finance and war deterrence. In other news, U.S. President Donald Trump has warned that federal workers could be fired and government projects permanently scrapped if the ongoing shutdown continues. Speaking in an interview, Trump blamed Democrats for the impasse and said he may cut off private projects they push through Congress. He also floated using revenue from new tariffs, which he claims could reach $1 trillion a year to issue rebate checks of up to $2,000 for Americans. The U.S. government has partially shut down after Congress failed to agree on a funding deal. Only essential services remain open as national debt nears $38 trillion. Following the Israel and Gaza war, Swiss police fired tear gas and used war cannons to disperse thousands of pro-Gaza protesters in Geneva on Thursday. Authorities said some demonstrators threw objects and damaged property during the march. The protest was sparked by Israel's interception of a flotilla carrying 40 boats, over 400 activists and aid supplies to Gaza. Among those on board was Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg. Similar rallies were held in Bern, Italy and Colombia. Geneva police confirmed about 3,000 people joined the protest, while confrontations of this scale are in Switzerland. Officials warned that more large demonstrations are expected in the coming weeks. In recent news, Britain's Trade Remedies Authority says it will step up protections for key industries even before new legislation reshapes its powers. The post-Brexit watchdog has faced criticism for being slow and ineffective, particularly from the steel sector. New co-chiefs Jessica Blakely and Carmen Suarez said the Trade Remedies Authority will move faster with provisional measures, use artificial intelligence, and expand monitoring tools to support unfair trade practices early. They stressed the body would not wait for new laws, which ministers are still drafting. The Trade Remedies Authority has been under pressure after the government overruled its softer stance on steel safeguards earlier this year. Officials say the reforms aim to make the UK more agile in responding to trade wars and global market disruptions while staying aligned with WTO rules. Moving on, Japan could make history this weekend as the ruling Liberal Democratic Party LDP chooses a new leader to replace outgoing Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba. The frontrunners are conservative firebrand Sein Takaichi, 64, who would be Japan's first female premier, and Shinjiro Koizumi, 44, a reformist and son of a former prime minister who could become the country's youngest leader in modern times. Cabinet Secretary Yoshimasa Hayashi, 64, is also in the running. The LDP faces a crisis after losing its parliamentary majorities, and the winner will inherit a sluggish economy and growing voter discontent. Takaichi has pledged massive state spending, while Koizumi pushes tax cuts and consensus politics. If no candidate wins outright on Saturday, a runoff will decide who takes the helm. In the meantime, at least 2 people have been killed in Morocco as youth-led demonstrations erupted nationwide, highlighting growing anger over unemployment and political stagnation. State media said police opened fire when protesters tried to storm a station in Likwa near Agadir. The unrest among the largest in years reflects frustration from a generation that feels short out of opportunity. Analysts warn the violence could spread unless authorities offer credible reforms instead of crackdowns. This news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all social media feeds on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. EU backs plan to lend Ukraine $300 billion from frozen Russian assets. Trump threatens job cuts as U.S. shutdown continues. Police clash with Gaza protesters in Geneva. Britain's trade remedy bodies promises faster, tougher action. Coming up shortly, 15 billion naira fake drugs destroyed by NAFDAC in Oyo State. Zulum visits Niger to boost military cooperation. Nigeria opens fourth new crude export hub in 50 years. Please stay with us.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Round the Globe on Aneke TV. Now we'll bring you stories from Nigeria. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has destroyed fake, expired and substandard drugs worth 15 billion naira in Ibadan, Oyo State. NAFDAC Director General Professor Mujishola Adeyeye, represented by the Director of Investigation and Enforcement, Martins Iluyomade, said the products included counterfeit codeine cough syrup, tramadol, oxytocin, analgin, cocodamol vaccines, and other banned or unregistered medicine. She stressed that the move was to prevent their re-entry into circulation and safeguard public health. Adeyeye commended the support of security agencies and regulatory bodies, urging Nigerians to avoid quacks and unauthorized drug dealers. The Nigerian Customs Service also pledged continued collaboration with NAFDAC in the fight against fake and harmful products nationwide. Meanwhile, Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum has visited Difa in Niger Republic to strengthen security and economic ties across the Lake Chad region. The visit comes after recent gains against Boko Haram and ISWAP, with thousands of displaced Nigerians still sheltering in camps along the border. Zulum received by Governor Brig General Mahamudu Bagadoma held talks on joint patrols, intelligence sharing, and stabilizing liberated communities. He said improved security would allow displaced farmers to return to fertile farmlands across Lake Chad, stressing that restoring agriculture is vital for recovery and food security. Former Senator Elisha Abo has surrendered to police in Abuja after being accused of raping a 13-year-old schoolgirl. The victim's parents allege that ex-Adamawa governorship candidate Senator Aishatu Dahiru Ahmed Binani tried to dissuade them from going public, while Abo allegedly sent money to the family to bury the case. The incident said to have happened at Abo's Kantakwe residence in June adds to the lawmaker's history of scandals, including assault at a sex shop and blackmail allegations. Police say he remains in custody at the 4CID. As proof that no one is above the law, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has arrested Abdulaziz Gbadebo, station manager of Emadeb Energy Service Limited in Kaduna, over the alleged diversion of 500 million naira. An external audit accused Gbadebo of manipulating fuel pump meters and diverting bulk sales payments into his private account. EFCC said luxury cars, property documents, and houses were seized during the probe. The anti-graft agency confirmed he will face charges after investigations, warning companies to tighten internal audits to curb insider fraud. Moving to business, President Bola Tinubu will on October 8 inaugurate the $400 million Otakiwo onshore crude oil export terminal in Ikuru Town and Doni local government area, Rivers State, Nigeria's first crude export facility in over 50 years. The terminal developed by Green Energy International Limited is the first wholly indigenous onshore facility since Focados was launched in 1971 with an initial storage of 750,000 barrels and a loading capacity of 360,000 barrels per day. It is designed to ease evacuation bottlenecks, cut costs for local producers, and unlock crude from over 40 stranded oil fields. The chairman, Professor Anthony Adegbunlugbe, hailed it as a game-changing national infrastructure. Dignitaries expected that the inauguration include Petroleum Minister Aneke Lokobori, Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara, and key industry players. Still in the world of business, former CBN Governor Mohammed Sanusi II has urged Nigerian banks to adopt mandatory gender quotas to increase women's participation in the financial sector. He proposed that 50% of new recruits should be women, with 40% of senior management and 30% of board seats reserved for them. Speaking at the General Impact Investment Summit in Lagos, Sanusi said Nigeria's financial system cannot thrive if women remain excluded from decision-making. He recalled how policy changes during his tenure at the CBN produced 9 female directors in 1 year, a move that paved the way for today's female bank CEOs. Sanusi also called on regulators to compel banks to publish data on lending to female-led businesses, stressing that transparency would push institutions to act. He noted that true inclusion means fairness despite cultural and institutional barriers still limiting women, especially in northern Nigeria. Heading to the world of sports, FIFA has appointed Egyptian referee Omar Amin Mohamed to handle Nigeria's crucial 2026 World Cup qualifier against Benin on October 14 at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium, Uyo. He will be assisted by compatriots Mahmoud Abou Legal and Ali Taleb, with Mustafa Elbane as fourth officials. Ghana's Prosper Harrison Ado is match commissioner, while Seychelles' Jason Damo and Eswatini's Yul Villakati will serve as referee, assessor, and security officer. The clash is pivotal after FIFA docked South Africa 3 points for fielding an illegible player against Lesotho, blowing Group C wide open. Benin and South Africa lead with 14 points. Nigeria and Rwanda follow on 11, while Lesotho now sit on 9. Zimbabwe with 4 points are out. The Super Eagles must beat Lesotho on October 10 before hosting Benin 4 days later. 6 points from both games could lift Nigeria to 17 and keep their World Cup hopes alive. In entertainment, the Oyo State government has teamed up with filmmaker Kunle Afolayon's KAP Film and Television Academy to host a 10-day filmmaking residency tagged Emerging Stories. The program set for October 6 to 15 at the Kunle Afolayon Productions Film Village in Iwojaye will train participants in screenwriting, directing, cinematography, editing, and film business. Veteran filmmakers including Afolayon, Tunde Kelani, and Joke Silva will mentor the trainees. Governor Seyi Makinde said the initiative reflects the state's drive to empower youth and grow its creative economy. Founded in 2021, Kunle Afolayon Production Academies has already trained over 40,000 students across Africa, making it one of the continent's leading film schools. And that's all on Around the Globe. To end Around the Globe, here are the main points. EU leaders have approved a landmark plan to lend Ukraine $300 billion seized from Russia's frozen central bank assets. U.S. President Donald Trump has escalated threats amid a prolonged government shutdown, warning of mass job cuts and project cancellations. Meanwhile, protests in Morocco turned deadly after police opened fire near Agadir, killing at least 2 as youth-led demonstrations over unemployment and political stagnation spread nationwide. To end the news, for breaking news and eyewitness reports, please call 0703-043-7110, or you can send a message across all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I am Amaka Nechi, and thank you for joining us.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The Federal Capital Territory, FCT, is a monumental city of edifice strategically designed to showcase the aesthetic beauty of a natural ambience, a land of opportunities often referred to as the center of unity. Abuja is the political hub of the nation, lying strategically at the center of Nigeria. It was officially designated as the capital in 1976, replacing Lagos, and formally became the seat of government in 1991. The decision to build Abuja was rooted in its central location, neutrality among Nigeria's diverse ethnic groups, and its vast land space, which made it perfect for expansion. Today, Abuja has grown into a well-planned, organized, and prestigious city that tells the story of Nigeria's unity and ambition. Early mornings in Abuja are alive with the buzzing sound of cars speeding through wide boulevards and flyovers. Porsche cars and executive luxury vehicles glide alongside long buses and motorcycles, painting a picture of a city where classes mix but remain distinct. It is a city where aristocrats, ruling elites, and key players of the capitalist industry share the same roads with artisans, traders, and ordinary Nigerians striving for daily survival. Yet, despite the aura of power, excellence, and wealth, Abuja is uniquely human. It is not unusual to see a minister of the Federal Republic or a high-ranking official standing in line at a shopping mall, waiting to buy one or two things like everyone else. That blend of prestige and simplicity is part of what makes Abuja truly alive. As the center of unity, Abuja is home to people from every corner of the nation, hosting over 5 major ethnic languages and countless cultural groups. Each carries its cultural emblem and beliefs, all interwoven into the city's cosmopolitan fabric. Added to this is Abuja's international status. Embassies from nearly every nation in the world stand tall within its borders, making it not just Nigeria's capital, but also a diplomatic hub where cultures, politics, and global relations converge. The city's uniqueness is greatly seen in its structures and landmarks. Its skyline boasts the impressive NNPC Towers, the Golden Domed National Mosque, the World Trade Center, the City Gate, and the imposing Federal Secretariat. The Central Bank of Nigeria rises as a symbol of economic authority, while the National Assembly complex represents democracy in action. Justice is anchored at the Supreme Court, and other high courts, and national pride gathers at the Bola Ahmed Tinubu International Conference Center, a hub for global summits and national dialogues. These monumental structures scattered across the city give Abuja its distinctive blend of power, beauty, and modernity. Abuja's districts are carefully planned and speak volumes of its identity. Maitama is mapped out as a residential haven for the wealthy, top politicians, and high-profile individuals. Asokoro is equally affluent, hosting ministers, governors, and ambassadors. Katampe Extension and Gazupe Estate are fast-rising luxury neighborhoods with scenic landscapes, while areas like Garki, Wuse, and Area 11 estates
blend commercial activities with residential living. Each zone tells its own story, yet all are tied together by the city's larger vision of order and beauty. Infrastructure is one of Abuja's strongest assets. Unlike many cities that grew without planning, Abuja was designed with foresight. Its broad highways are lined with greenery. Its roundabouts are often adorned with fountains and sculptures, and its flyovers make navigation seamless. The city gate stands as a welcoming symbol of pride, while routes leading to Aso Rock Presidential Villa reflect the seat of Nigeria's authority. From the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, travelers from across the world step into a city that is both modern and distinctly Nigerian. What makes Abuja special is not only its structures but also its spirit. It is a city where wealth and influence meet.
na ba ya mechi na ọbụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo agọji a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-eji ọjị na-eka nri a na-emeghachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ka anụ m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na-amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị. Anyị na-asị Eke ka Eke ketere anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Ahwọ ka Ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Nkwọ ka Nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma, anyị na-asị Orie ka Orie rutere anyị ihe ọma. Ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị, wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo, wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa, wetere anyị ịhụnanya, wetere anyị ọganihu, wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adịmma. Nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ, kwetewo n'imewere anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama.
Ndị be anyị ọjị abịa, anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa, ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị, anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe asị ka ị goziere anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọku ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ abụ ndị mere ọhụma, goziere anyị Eke, gozie Orie, gozie Nkwọ, mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọ ihe ha ga-eri, mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ, ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ, soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị. Chukwu na anyị siri ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na aga m niile ka ọ dịrị anyị mma. Ndewo. anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị okenye na-awa ọjị ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị na-ele enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ maka na ebe a ọ na ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọghọ ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya o ruo ise atakwa ya mana o bido ruo na asaa ịma na ga-egbu anụ ga-egbu ọkụkọ.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Oshimina Jano Quabaye. Mojani Jano Quabaye. Again, Abaya. Again, Abaya.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
When he was on the chair, difficult idea. Huh?
A lovely morning, Nigeria. A special morning, 042, and a very warm morning. Greetings to everyone tuned in. Thank you for joining us today. This is Sunrise on Aneke TV. Your trusted voice every morning, shining light to your day. I'm Deborah Wakoba, coming to you live from our studio here in Enugu.
Good morning, and thank God it's Friday. I am Uche Osai. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in traffic, thank you for letting us into your space this wonderful Friday morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
Yes, and it's Friday, October 3rd, 2025. So welcome to another day, another bright and refreshing edition of Sunrise. This morning, we've got everything you need from the latest news, detailed weather updates, trending stories, and our newspaper review, all wrapped in the special Sunrise vibe to guide you smoothly into the day.
So, relax, sip your tea or coffee. Enjoy the sail because the sunrise is here.
Yes, and here on Sunrise this morning, we are kicking things off with our quote of the day, a spark of wisdom to inspire you and I, lift our spirits, fuel our creativity, and keep us driven as we take on the day.
Right after that, we'll give you today's stories from our newspaper headlines. All the key updates you need will be served hot and tasty.
Yes, and we've also got today's weather report covering cities across the southeast. Just what you need to be ready and comfortable before heading out.
And later, we'll take you through today's celebrations and observance to lift your spirit.
Now moving over to our quote of the day. Our quote of today is coming from Archbishop Desmond Tutu, and in his quote he says, "My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together." I repeat, it says, "My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together." And this quote by Archbishop Desmond Tutu, a South African, is rooted in his philosophy of Ubuntu, an African worldview that emphasizes interconnectedness, compassion, and shared humanity. And when Tutu says in his quote, "My humanity is bound up in yours, for we can only be human together," he is highlighting that our dignity, worth, and humanity are not individual possessions but shared realities. How we treat others directly reflects the shape of who we are. He also says, "If I diminish your dignity, I also diminish my own." So like we always know, in many African cultures, Ubuntu means I am because we are. It suggests that no one exists in isolation, and our identity and fulfillment are deeply tied to others. Therefore, being human is not just about existence, but about living in harmony. So Tutu's quote is trying to remind us that we need each other to truly live as human beings, to care for, respect, and support others. It's not just charity, it's the essence of being human. For example, if a community treats the poor, sick, or marginalized with dignity, the entire community grows stronger. But if we exclude or harm others, we weaken the fabric of our own humanity. So we all need each other to exist in this world. I would like to hear your own take on this quote.
All right, Archbishop Desmond Tutu really captures the essence of our humanity, that you exist because I am, and I am because you are. So, Ubuntu simply means you are because I am. I am because you are. Then, relating it further, how do you treat the other person beside you? It's all about shared humanity.
Yeah.
How do you treat your next door neighbor? How do you treat your subordinate? How do you relate with people around you? Do you treat them with dignity? If you realize that you see yourself in the other person, then, just like the good book says, treat the other person as you want to be treated as well. So, at the end of the day, it all points to love. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. And the good book did tell us that love is the greatest of them all, and that love conquers all. So if you have self-love, most definitely, you would love your next door neighbor. And Debbie, who is your next door neighbor? The closest person here. It doesn't really mean who you're in the same house with. That man you pass by the street, that becomes the neighbor. Because we've seen bringing it home. You've seen cases where people are walking on the road and you see somebody's lumps. It takes the closest people around to rally around. A case in point, I've seen where a pregnant woman suddenly entered into labor. I think she was on her way to the market. I don't know what happened, whether she doesn't know that she was due. Her water broke. And then, before you know it, you saw women everywhere. There was wrapper flying right, left, and center, and they formed a barricade, laid the woman on the ground, and before you say Jack Robinson, a new baby's cry was heard. And that's our shared humanity. And those are the neighbors. And that's love, shared humanity. Treat one another, treat each other as you would want to be treated. Yes, talking about self-respect, talking about shared humanity, talking about love. And Archbishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa really captures it in this quote, "My humanity is bound in yours, for we only be human together." And then he reminds me equally again. Have you seen when police arrest criminals? Have you seen that? Do you see what they do? At times they are bound together with handcuffs, sometimes leg cuffs and all that. So you see the way they are bound together. And I think that's the essence of this quote. We are bound together by our common humanity.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And please do not forget that every sunrise is a brand new opportunity, an opportunity for us to grow, try something exciting, learn something different, or simply enjoy the moment. We'll go on a short break. Up next will be the weather report.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Stay tuned as we take a look at weathers across major cities in the southeast.
Yes, and in Oka, it's a cloudy start with temperatures around 22 degrees Celsius. Expect showers to pick up by mid-morning, turning into heavier rain. Afternoon will stay mostly cloudy, but with breaks of sun later in the day. So take an umbrella if you're heading out early. Those mid-morning showers will be stubborn.
And over to the core city of Enugu. In Enugu, clouds dominate the early hours, with slightly milder starts around 23 degrees Celsius. Though through the day, the cloud cover holds strong. Though it may lighten a bit towards evening, it won't be a washout, but it will feel humid.
And in Abakaliki, the skies here stay reasonably steady, cloud over throughout the morning, with temperatures progressing from roughly 24 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius by afternoon. No major rain expected, but overcast condition will keep things feeling warm and muggy.
And over to the jiving city of Owerri. Another cloudy morning, starting near 22 degrees Celsius. As the day warms, thunderstorm may develop around midday and carry into late afternoon and early evening.
And lastly, in Umahia, it's a cloudy start around 22 to 23 degrees Celsius, By midday, thunderstorms become likely and may last into the early afternoon. Clouds linger later into the evening.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, be comfortable, keep your umbrella handy, and do remember, rain or shine, we've got you covered. Stay tuned, we'll be right back shortly.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV, and today we'll be taking a look at a celebration or a remembrance. And today's celebration we have the Italian Day of Remembrance. So the Italian Day of Remembrance, observed on October 3rd, commemorates the victims of one of the deadliest migrant shipwrecks in the Mediterranean Sea that happened on October 3rd, 2013. On that tragic day, 368 migrants lost their lives when their boat sank off the coast of the Italian island of Lampedusa. This National Day of Remembrance and Reception honors tens of thousands of migrants who have died on perilous journeys trying to reach Europe by sea. The remembrance events include marches, interreligious ceremonies, and red laying at sea near the shipwreck site. The day also aims to raise awareness among younger generation about migration, human rights, inclusion, and solidarity against intolerance, racism, and discrimination. So the commemoration is organized by the October 3rd Committee and involves various participants, including students from multiple countries, survivors of families of the victims, NGOs, and public figures. It promotes a culture of inclusion and the protection of migrants while remembering the tragic loss of life in migration journeys. That is for the Italian Remembrance Day. So we also have other celebrations today like German Unity Day, marking the reunification of Germany. And also in China, they're celebrating National Day holiday, celebrating the founding of the People's Republic of China. And in Bhutan, Thimphu Techu Festival in the capital city. Also, Iraq is celebrating the National Iraq Day. And Nepal, Dashain Festival, Pampakusha Ekadashi. And in South Korea, Kechunjul, they are celebrating their Foundation Day. So please let us know what you're celebrating wherever you are, and you can tag us at Aneke TV across Instagram, Facebook, X, and YouTube, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, it will be the newspaper review. Please stay tuned.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Hello, I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we'll be talking about our celebration, which we mentioned earlier, which is the Italian Day of Remembrance that is observed on October 3rd, that commemorates the victims of one of the deadliest migrant shipwrecks, killing about 368 people on board.
You know, with this celebration, my respect for the Italians just rose higher, being that I've held the Italians for the sake of the religious city of Rome and talk about vacation. But I've not seen this humanity, this human side of them, you know, being able to bring out this day, 3rd October, to celebrate the victims of this boat mishap. We were told that that boat had about or over 500 human lives, human persons in that boat that caught fire and was damaged at the Mediterranean Sea. And interestingly, most of the occupants, most of these migrants are Africans. That's why it's so unique for me that the Italians would set aside a day to remember Africans that were illegal migrants to their country. It says a lot about them. Given the times that we are in, we've seen where nations are beginning to bundle migrants and deport them to even countries that are not theirs. And here we have a nation setting aside a day, 3rd October, to celebrate these migrants, mainly from Eritrea and Somalia, who died at the cause of this boat fire incident. And we are told about 368 persons lost their life, giving more credence to that quote from Archbishop Desmond Tutu, that we are bound together by our common humanity. And this, the Italians, living that quote, the very essence of realizing and knowing that we are bound together by our common humanity. Then, coming back home, remember, for example, we are in Nigeria, and then we are talking about the Japa syndrome. When you talk about Japa and all that, it's not everybody that gets to board a plane to leave the country. There are those who go by foot through the Saharan desert. And here is an independent nation, a developed European nation, realizing, recognizing, though these people are running away from the hardship of their countries, of their nation, and coming to their place illegally, yet they have that sympathy to first realize that these are human beings. They are only seeking for better life, better welfare. They had dreams, they have aspiration, and they felt that their dreams, their aspiration would be better realized in Italy. But unfortunately, their dream was cut short suddenly. And then that takes us to the number of persons that die through the Saharan desert. Who wants to use the Saharan desert, connect to Libya, from Libya to Europe? You know, that journey, that route is still vibrant today, despite the inherent dangers that is witnessed. You know, people that has gone through that route have had to speak with a number of persons who are now way off, but took that risk and luckily survived. One of the guys I remember was saying that virtually on their first trip, they nearly drowned. Some died. They had to go back to Libya, then spent extra 2 months to be boarded and move over to Italy, from where he worked in a tomato plantation before he was able to secure a club football, where he's now settled playing football. But this is one survivor, and he made me realize that he surviving, that there were 10 other persons that died before getting to Libya.
Okay.
And out of that 10, that another over 100 persons died before crossing the Mediterranean Sea to Italy or to Europe, as the case may be.
Okay.
So there are a whole lot of persons. So I think it's an opportunity for us to call for awareness. Yes, if you want to live, it's better to be alive than to go through the hazardous experience of going through the desert, through the sea. The dangers are that at the end of the day, you may not make it alive.
Yeah.
And I was told that when you go through the desert, you see a good number of Nigerian passports flying about in the desert. And these people are no more.
Yeah.
You see heap of sand. You know, the person died, the person buries himself because he'll be covered by heap of sand in the desert, and it's quite appalling. And it should be a call to our African country, our leaders in Africa, starting from Nigeria, to do something and say that Africa works for all of us. See that we'll do something that the country works for all of us. So that when people want to leave Africa, let it be for vacation. Let it be for leisure. Let it be perhaps you want to go study and come back, and not what we witness as illegal migration, where we'll have to take all the risk. And I must tell you, when you do travel, when you leave this country, you discover that some of these places are not as Eldorado as is painted. In fact, before now, I was thinking that Nigeria is the worst place on earth. But I've seen that there are countries, even in Europe, that Nigeria is well off, far, far better than. I have, before now, being in Nigeria, I've never seen a Nigerian walk the streets to pick the butt of cigarettes. I mean, butt of cigarettes, smoked cigarettes. But you see that in Europe. You see people walking about to pick butts of cigarettes so that they can smoke. It's that bad in some of these countries. But at the end of the day, let our leaders and all of us, let's try to make our country, our continent, a better place for all of us. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Well, the Italian Remembrance Day was actually a law that was passed down by the Italian Senate on March 2016. And how this day is being observed. The observance that have been shown on this day are ceremonies and prayer. For example, the community of Sant Egidio holds a prayer at Santa Maria in Trastevere in Rome to honor the memory of those lost in the sea. Okay, now we also have educational initiatives, and schools and civic groups engage in programs, talks, exhibition to raise awareness about migration, sea crossing, human rights, and the dangers migrants face. So that is all we have for today on the Italian Day of Remembrance. Now, moving over to our paper for today, we'll be taking a look at what is happening on the front page of the Nation headline, the Guardian headline, the Punch, and the Vanguard headline. And on the Nation headline, it reads that power tussle in PDP NWC deepens. And the Punch headlines, Southwest states tighten borders amid banditry surge in Kwara. And the Vanguard headline, we have 2027 polls, EU mission seeks constitutional judicial reforms. And Guardian headline, we have how brown Nigeria suffers for misdeeds of few abroad. Now, starting our first newspaper today on the Nation headline that says the power tussle in PDP NWC deepens. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, is facing worsening internal division, and the conflict stems from the dissolution of the Akwa Ibom State PDP Executive Committee by the party's National Working Committee, the NWC. I'd like to know your take on this.
All right. This headline wouldn't or shouldn't be surprised to anybody who has been following political happenings in Nigeria. And as far as we're concerned, this is not surprise, because we've seen a build-up to this process, to this point, where it's become very open to everybody that there is issue in the PDP. You know, we keep talking and keep speaking to the crack in the PDP. In as much as we wanted to pancake it and think that is now a dorado, that the National Elective Convention is going to happen as scheduled. And I keep saying that there are cracks, and these cracks, if are not handled, would lead to foundational issues that would cause serious division in the PDP. So, what are the issues here? We've seen a situation whereby a national secretary of the PDP who went to contest election in a state, lost that election, came back to occupy that very position. And some of the party members are saying that he should vacate because as at that point in time, the other states, particularly Enugu State, had to field a candidate to replace and then giving room to Tozos. However, we do recall that a reconciliation committee was set up to see to it that these warring factions were brought together to harmonize things. And part of their recommendation after visiting Aneke was to say that Sam Anyanwu continues as the National Secretary of the PDP. And currently, we are seeing division, we are seeing discrepancies between the national chairman and the national secretary. One signs a document, the other one signs a counter document. Okay. And with given this scenario, how are we going to have a unified front in the PDP? These are issues that should be, and when you beam your satellite on it, you see that there are deeper cracks. While it's obvious that the national secretary is aligned to a particular group in the party, it's now obvious that the national chairman and the national secretary are not aligned and are not working in tandem for the good of this party. There are divisions, there are vested interests here and there.
Okay, thank you very much. But before we continue, we'd like to go on a quick break. You're still watching Sunrise on Aneke TV, and we are still on the newspaper review.
All right, and joining us for these reviews and the review of the presidential speech on October 1st is Sir Abuchi Anoeyago, a veteran journalist and an expert social, public and political analyst. Sir Abuchi, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, viewers.
Okay, now back to the headlines which we've been taking so far. As you can see in the Nation newspaper that said power tussle in PDP NWC deepens. And in the Punch headline that says Southwest states tighten borders amid banditry surge in Kwara. And also in the Vanguard headline that says 2027 polls EU mission seeks constitutional judicial reforms. And in Guardian headline it says how brand Nigeria suffers from misdeeds of few abroad. So Abuchi, I would like to know your take on any of the headlines.
Okay, maybe we take it from the banner headline of the Guardian that talk about Nigerians and then the image abroad.
Yeah.
Well, it should be worrisome that some people are bringing bad images to the country when they go abroad. But it's quite unfortunate and shouldn't be encouraged. But often you find out that situations might be responsible for some of these bad images that we witness. When the home is not well and when the home is hostile, has become hostile to the citizens, to the households, members of the household of that particular home or family, what will happen? And when you are going outside, it's like somebody running away. And when you are fleeing, you don't flee with every item of convenience in your possession. You flee with something that can help you just leave that hostile environment. And by the time you get to outside and discover that things are not well enough for you, perhaps you might be compelled to begin to do things that could help you to survive. And without knowing the implication of those things, that unlike in your home, at home, those things that could be, though they might not be lawful anyway, but those things that could be tolerated or could even be permissible in your own clime might not be the same in the other person's home where you have fled to. So that's the problem. And some of these people will try to, because when they remember the pressure at home, they remember the demands at home, some of them might begin to do one thing or the other just to make ends meet and to take care of their loved ones at home. So, but generally speaking, one wouldn't encourage, giving a bad. But again, giving a bad image to the country. How about those who are in Nigeria giving a bad image within Nigeria but exporting it outside? I mean the evildoers. I mean the politicians, the highly corrupt politicians. The outside world, they see what they are doing. They read, they listen to the media, they read the papers, they know what is going on. Look at the one of Wike that we are talking about now. The US will talk about Nigeria and bad image, but the US allowed a Wike to come and make such investment in their land without even stopping him. And they allowed him to do so. And Wike is just doing his usual typical theatrics, denying and making all manner of things like a York man, and the people are applauding him. He has met his Waterloo in Showore. Showere is a deft political mind, and he has said you cannot get away with this one. I will dig into the facts and unearth it. Unlike that of Tinubu, which Atiku Abubakar, had to, without Atiku Abubakar, Nigerians wouldn't have known some of the things that Tinubu did abroad, including, forged certificates and things like that, drug issues and all that. And I would want to believe that if it was Showere, perhaps he may not have gotten away with his own. So it's quite unfortunate. What they are doing at home is even giving worse image to the country abroad than those ones, just single individuals. Can you imagine a politician? Can you imagine somebody facing EFCC trial with so much allegation of graft, of corruption, of embezzlement and all that, going to assume a prominent leadership position in Nigeria, and he is there today pontificating, making laws and all that for the country? So how would foreigners take Nigeria seriously when they see these type of people? They are the ones holding positions of importance in the society. So what the bad image they are giving to the country is even worse than the ones these people, these chaps, individual people are said to be giving to Nigeria. Then on the other hand, what's the next slide? I think it has to do with Vanguard or so, or Punch. Yes. 20, yes, this morning, while I was coming here, I read what was credited to the INEC chairman, or is it outgoing or incumbent or about to go, I don't know, but I will still link him with INEC. That is Yakubu, where he was saying that the inability of the National Assembly to make new laws or amend the electoral laws and things like that might affect the 2027 election. And do you not think it is a deliberate act so that they will leave everything as they are, in the hope and in the mind that they will do the same thing they did in 2023 and get the election rigged again? And Nigerians will always cry. There was one advert in those days. It was talking about one particular bag that was used in bagging cement. So, and there was this other new type of bag that they were trying, the manufacturer was trying to introduce to the market. And in one of the illustration in the advert to sell that advert, to sell that bag. So the characters, one of the characters in the advert said, he said, no be so complain, they go they complain. No be only complain, they go they complain. So they will do it in such a way that no be only complain, Nigerians go they complain. Nigerians will always complain now, and they will keep doing what they like to do. And at the end of the day, you keep groaning, you keep lamenting, you keep gnashing your teeth. But the deed is already done. So they are not interested in reforming the Electoral Act. They are not interested in that because they have seen the loopholes in the current Electoral Act, which they will exploit to their own personal gain, their own personal political benefit, like the issue of transmission of election results and all that. So the law, the Electoral Act, seems ambiguous and seems to have created a lacuna that the electoral umpire could always take advantage of it to do one thing or the other and get away with it because that law somehow covers him. So they won't like to do that. Otherwise, election is just 2 years ahead. People are already subtly somehow doing their electioneering. But the instruments for that election, they are not strengthening them. They are not making those instruments strong for common good, for free and fair election. They are not interested in that because they already have their mindset on what to do. And then, sorry, what was the last one?
And on Punch headline, it says Southwest states tightens borders amid banditry surge in Kwara.
Yeah, I like what they are doing. Everybody should protect one's home because the thing is too much. They are closing in on every quarter in Nigeria, and if care is not taken, Nigeria may one day wake up and become like one of those countries that they were said in the past, in the time of history, that they were Christian countries. But following the invasion of a particular religion, should I say jihadists, the country now became changed from Christianity to Islam. So it is possible. Perhaps that's the way they are going. That's their mindset. So if the Southwest have decided to protect their territory with every resources available to them, it is good luck to them. Others should emulate them. The Southeast should emulate them. You don't have to take the issue of security for granted. Once you take the issue of security for granted, then state of insecurity will take over. And when state of insecurity takes over, everybody knows how it is and what it is. So for the Southwest region, geopolitical zone of Nigeria to have taken this measure, I think it is quite laudable, and others should emulate them.
All right. Before we begin to ask you some questions on this, we want to call your attention on the nation headline, Power Tussle in PDP, next deepens. We've seen the crisis in PDP widening, deepening. There seems to be discrepancy between the national chairman and the national secretary of the PDP. I don't know. Do you see this crack being tended before this national convention?
PDP had always been like this for some time now, especially since after they lost power in 2015. They have always been having one crisis. You remember the time of Secondus. You remember the case of, what's the name of this man, Modu Sharif. Modu Sharif was a former national chairman of the party. We remember how a crisis led to his exit, his unceremonious exit from that position. We also remember the role of Wike in bringing Secondus to power, and the same role of Wike in the removal of Secondus through controversial circumstances. We remember this, even the one you mentioned, Yoshi, how he eventually lost that position. So PDP had always been like that, and in the end they will remain a political party in Nigeria, and they will run for election. Perhaps God helping them, they may succeed in getting one or two or some states as governors of that state. So, but what is happening in PDP today is a matter of interest. Somebody who has used his looted public resources to hijack the soul of the party and to dictate who becomes what in the party is the problem. That's the problem they are having today. So, and they have not been able to come out of it because those that could have stopped him, because I remember in those days I remember in those days, no one person would hijack the soul of the PDP. No. It was the governors that were deciding what happened in the PDP then. Between the the late 90s, the early 2000s, even up to 2015. It was the governors that were determining what happened in PDP. But today, I think it's a different thing. The governors seem to have become, lame dogs in the party, that they can no longer bite. They don't have that strength. They don't have that lever to take over the control of the party. I don't know for the reasons behind that. Otherwise, the governors, the PDP governors in the past, they were very powerful and very well coordinated, very well organized among themselves. So because they were the people producing the members of the national ESCO. They were. But today, it's a different thing. So, but whatever happens, whatever that we are seeing here this time, is just a mere power play. The struggle for the soul of the party, the control of the soul of the party, the struggle for 2027, who will become the candidate of the party for the presidential election, and even for the National Assembly elections, and perhaps for some state, for the state governorship election. So we see how they'll be able, but I believe that in the end they'll be able to organize themselves one way or the other to present a candidate, whether it's going to be a consensus, because in those days, PDP, they were the people that introduced this consensus idea of candidacy in election. It was PDP's brainchild. So maybe we see this time around how they are going to manage their internal affairs and be able to present a presidential candidate. Let's see whether they are going to present a presidential candidate that will be acceptable to everybody in the party, in PDP, unlike what happened in 2023, when the person that emerged as the PDP candidate was not accepted by all members of the party, including mainly Nyesom Wike, and who it is obvious that he didn't support the party because his party was said to have lost in the presidential election in Rivers State. So while he was governor of the state, that could tell you that he didn't support that candidate, and his party paid dearly for it in the presidential election in his state and maybe in some other states. But let's see how they are going to manage their affairs, their internal affairs, and be able to present a common candidate that will be acceptable by all members of the party.
All right. Going forward, we're looking at the image of Nigeria abroad, the brand Nigeria. And yes, you did mention it. We were told that it was the president's account that was charged for those allegations and not the president himself. However, the question I'm asking is, what or how do you think Nigeria would hold the foreign collaborators to account? The Western powers, they are always quick to sanctimonize, tell us that Nigerians are corrupt, we're into fraud, we're a country of corrupt individuals. But like you did mention, most of these resources, most of the wealth scattered away from Nigeria is domiciled abroad. A case in point now is that of Wike. But the question is, how do you think Nigeria will hold these foreign collaborators to account?
You can only hold somebody that you can control accountable. somebody that you cannot control. Talking about holding the person accountable is just like, trying to play with the lion. A little kid trying to play with the lion. The person is playing with fire. So, but they can do it if they can, because there are people, even though the lion is very ferocious and strong, but there are people who possess the art of taming the lion. So these foreign powers, there are some countries that have been able to withstand their undue influences in their internal affairs, and they eventually survived and became strong nations today. You look at Singapore, where Singapore was even as at 1960, even after 1960 when Nigeria gained independence. Singapore, they came here to look at Nigeria. They saw Nigeria as a model. They came here and took some of our, like palm produce and things like that. And then the person that was a model to them is today the model of that person. Is it not a paradox of life? So, yes, the influence of the external forces on Nigeria could be stopped if the leaders of the country decide to to shun those unnecessary, undue influences, because they are capitalist countries. They are capitalist countries, and whatever they do, they are doing it to sustain their supremacy, their so-called supremacy, their so-called superiority. They are just trying to sustain that advantage. But it is late for you. It is like somebody you are holding on the ground. The person will be struggling to get freedom, to regain freedom. So Nigeria, if our leaders are sincere, if our leaders are so patriotic, they should be making concerted efforts to avoid all these undue external influences that have not in any way helped Nigeria in terms of development and growth. So that's the issue. It can only take determination. And how would it take determination? The determination will come from a mind that is not tilting towards corruption. But when a mind is tilting towards corruption, grabbing, personal acquisition, personal aggrandizement and things like that, primitive acquisition of wealth, then you cannot do that, because you have compromised one way or the other. You have soiled your hands, and you are afraid that whatever you do, if you try to rise up against them, they will now decide to undo you by leaking some secret, confidential information about you that we hold against you. So you become quiet. Otherwise, tell me the reason why at this time and age, a leader of a country will fall sick and will be running abroad, rushing to Europe or America for medical treatment. Does a South African president do that? Doesn't he take ill? The South African president as a human being could take ill sometime, but you see him being treated in his country. Just like Osibanjo, there was an operation that Osibanjo, when he was vice president of Nigeria, he underwent an operation, but he preferred to do it in Nigeria, and he did it in Nigeria, and he is still alive today, hale and hearty. So why can't other leaders do that to encourage? Why can't they establish those facilities, those medical facilities? I'm telling you, Nigeria has the human capital in any field in the world. Call it health, engineering, even mass communication and all that. Nigeria, they have enormous human capital, enormous human resources that can give efficient medical treatment, medical care to anybody, provided the equipment, the medical facilities, they are there. But they won't bring these medical facilities in Nigeria, and yet we have the resources to do so. But they will not do it because of corruption. They will tell you they want to buy this and that, but in the end they will not buy it, and the money meant for it will be diverted into private use. Otherwise, tell me, how much was Wike's salary as governor that enabled him, and he claimed it was his wife? How much is his wife's salary? How much is she earning, or his children? So where is the factory, the manufacturing factory of his children, that they were able to raise money on their own to buy those houses? Or that his wife had so much money to have been able to buy those houses? If not, Wike's, dipping his hands into the resources of Rivers State as when he was governor, and then using the name, the pseudonym of members of his household. So who is fooling who? That's the point. So until such people begin to say no to personal selfish aggrandizement and looting and plundering, and then impoverishment of the people, the external influencers will continue to do it, because whatever that is being moved from Nigeria is to their own gain. They are being taken to their country, and they will use those financial resources to be, keeping their own economy strong, to be keeping their own economy going. So it's quite unfortunate, my dear.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And speaking finally to issue of electoral reforms, I want to ask, can we have effective electoral reforms without reforming the judiciary? Given that most of our electoral results end up in the courts, and courts, even in the case of 2023, courts has to decide a lot of the results. Go to Imo State, it was decided by the court. The presidency was decided by the court. So my question is, at least, can we have effective electoral reform without reforming the judiciary?
We can. We can. Let us have electoral reform first before we talk about the judiciary. With an efficient, fault-proof electoral system, there might be no need for the judiciary in adjudicating cases, because the system, the electoral system, will be such that nobody can manipulate it. Nobody, right from the voting to the last, nobody, to declaration of result, nobody whatsoever, no matter how that person tries with whatever facility, whatever equipment, the person cannot succeed in manipulating the election, the electoral process, the election results and things like that. If these things are in place, automatically in place, there will be no need for the judiciary. Something that you cannot manipulate, it is there, no matter how you try. Nigeria can do it. It is possible if they wish. So, and you will see it happening, where you cannot make any change, you cannot do anything, you cannot alter. In fact, a tamper-proof voting process, a tamper-proof electoral process, then you see that things will begin to normalize, because you cannot upturn it. You cannot say otherwise. The only way you can say otherwise in the judiciary is maybe disqualifying somebody, a candidate, saying the candidate was not, and not on the issue of vote counting, voting, vote casting, vote this and that. No, it will be wrong. They can if they wish. They can do it. They can do it. After all, Nigerian Bar Association, they do their election electronically. And up till this moment, nobody has heard about any manipulation, any alteration, any tampering of the Nigerian Bar Association electoral process. So Nigeria can take it from there and they establish their own if they are sincere. But because the politicians have that mindset, so they won't make those laws that will encourage the establishment of these things, this efficient, tamper-proof electoral system.
All right. And finally, sir, you know, when we are privileged to have the likes of you around, we would always want to expand our tentacles. Let's move to the 1st October President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's speech. He said the worst is over, hope is rising. I want to know, a lot of analysts like you have said that the speech on 1st October lacked substance, that there were no mention of real derivables. He didn't let us know what we have on hand, and then taking us to an unknown destination. I don't know what your informed view is about that speech, sir.
What do you expect from you see, it's just an annual ritual. On occasion like that, whoever is the president will have to say something. Whether rightly or wrongly, he must say something. Is it not for the first time in Nigeria that we witnessed a situation where the children could not go to the various parade grounds to do what they know, what excites them, what they look forward to? You know, when we were growing up, when we were, you know, children, even teenagers, we always looked forward to two major celebrations that were always engaging the children in March past. That is May 27, which previously they used to call it Empire Day, before it was changed to Children's Day. In the 70s, in the 80s, in the 70s, then 60s, 70s, we looked up to it with excitement, with joy, with fanfare. It was the same thing with the Independence Day anniversary, October 1. October 1 was so raining that it was, even in some cases, it was more celebrated than Christmas, that particular day. You see families, no matter how poor, their fathers or mothers will go to the market and buy chicken for the children. And they will celebrate. There will be merrymaking, there will be fanfare and things. Is it tenable today? The answer is no. So you find out a situation where they have even taken this thing to the children, down to the level of the children. Is it not annoying? Is it not appalling that the children could not go to do march past this year for whatever reasons? And somebody just made that pronouncement and it came to be. And you are talking about a presidential speech. What type of presidential speech? It is for those that would believe in such a thing. But for me, I don't see it. I take it with a pinch of salt because it's just mere rhetorics, mere sophistry to deceive the people, to delude the people and all that. And those that will believe, of course, it is the supporters of the government that will be happy about it. Otherwise, you see a situation where somebody in a broadcast like that made claims that, that the health sector, that things have improved in the health sector, unlike in the 60s. Who said that? Who is saying that? Do you remember in the 60s you will go to the hospital and you will find drugs, you will find good doctors, and you will be taken care of. You will be adequately taken care of. I remember in those days, So is he still the same person talking about improvement of the health sector in Nigeria is going abroad every now and then for medical treatment? Yet he was bold to have said that things are well medically in terms of medical care, health care, that so much have improved in Nigeria. And perhaps he's trying to make claims as being part of those who made those improvements, who caused those improvements. But look at him, look at them. In the same federal government, those ordinary headache, they will enter the next available flight, or even use Nigeria's aircraft to fly themselves abroad for medical treatment, something that they ought to have received such treatment, such medical care here in Nigeria. So what sort of how many times have you heard American president flying to UK or France or Germany for medical treatment? How many times have you heard the leaders of Britain going outside Britain for medical treatment? Even little countries, small countries like all these Latvia and all that, Lithuania and all that, all these small countries, Bosnia, Slovakia and things like that, Finland. How many times have you heard their presidents, their prime ministers going outside their country for medical treatment in another country? They don't do that. I mentioned South Africa alone earlier on. How many times have you heard South African president going outside South Africa for medical treatment? Because the press will report it. You don't hear such things. It's only in Nigeria that every time the president is sick, the president will go abroad. Buhari was sick while he was president of Nigeria. He was going abroad frequently for medical treatment. And his media handlers and other handlers will support it, will applaud it, and will go against anybody saying anything against it. The same thing is applicable to the man that is in power today, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. He will go out and they will even give it a different coloration. Maybe they will tell you that he's going on a working visit to France, or on holiday trip, on holiday walking, or whatever, whichever way they try to coin it in France. But everybody knows the reason why he's going to France. Probably before the year runs out again, he will go to France again. And they will tell you a different story. But everybody knows the reason for such trips. So how many times has the president of France, Macron, come to Nigeria or come to Africa or gone to US for medical treatment? You cannot see those things. So it's quite unfortunate. What we dwell on rhetorics and sophistry. That is the hallmark of leadership of public administration in Nigeria. And it's quite unfortunate, and it is a national disgrace, national disaster.
All right. All about sophistry. The presidential speech on October 1st. Sir Abuchi Anoyago.
Yes, it's fraught with sophistry.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure having you on Sunrise. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Sir Abuchi, for your analysis, and thank you very much for your contribution. Please do not forget that you could grab physical copies from any of your favorite vendor or catch the paper online. And also don't forget to tag us on our social media handles across Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, all at Aneke TV, or call our phone number 070-3043-7110. And it's a wrap on today's edition of Sunrise on Aneke TV. It's always a pleasure having you here with you, and please do have a lovely weekend. I'm Deborah Wakuba.
And I'm Uche Osai. Thank God it's Friday. Do remember to enjoy your weekend until we come your way, same time next week. Always and keep watching Aneke TV. Bye-bye.
maka na ọ mago okwu izizi igwe nwanụ jeke elu ya aka abịa zọrọ igwe n'igwe
obodo ọlọkwa ebe nwa ya ji
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwesị akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya. Ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ibe arụ ike na ọdụmma ibe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ibe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụtanwuru ya ị mara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-agụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekele gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ gị maka eme echi anya mara na ya adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọ na mma ịdịkwazị ọgbaghị nọ ya ahịa na-anọdụ n'ala Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be anyị amechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-ejide ọjị na-eka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke ana m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ Nta Egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị orie ka orie rutere anyị ihe ọma ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa wetere anyị ịhụnanya wetere anyị ọganihu wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adị mma nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ kwetewo na imewere anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama
ndị be anyị ọjị abịa anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe asị ka ị goziela anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọke ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ abụ ndị mere ọhụma goziela anyị eke gozie orio gozie nkwọ mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọghị ha ga-eri mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị Chukwu na anyị siri ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na agam n'ihu ka ọ dịrị anyị mma ndewo anyị na-ewepụta ile ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị okenye na-awa ọjị ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị na-ele enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ maka na ebe a n'ọnụ ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọhụụ ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya oluo ise atakwa ya mana obido luo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ.
Good morning and welcome to The Insight. Today on The Insight, we'll be x-raying the deep bruises that is left behind by violence and poverty. In fact, these two issues leave deeper bruises on their victim. And today we'll be looking at the issue, or the focal point is beyond bruises, confronting gender violence and conquering poverty. And joining us today to x-ray and give a postmortem analysis on this issue is Very Reverend Uzoma Promise Obodo. He is Presbyter Methodist Church Nigeria and founder Impact Life at 40 Care Foundation. Reverend, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
You're welcome. You're welcome, sir. So, for the sake of our audience, before we begin to talk about other things, can you please explain what gender-based violence is all about?
Well, I want to thank the leadership of Aneke TV. I also want to appreciate Osai for anchoring this program. When you talk about gender-based violence, we have gender violence, we also have gender-based violence.
Okay, sorry. There is gender violence and there's gender-based violence.
Okay. Yes. So when you talk about gender violence, you talk about people passing through an experience because of the responsibilities given to them. As a man, you're expected to feed your family, you're expected to give your wife money to go for market and get food items. You have responsibilities that people, unquote, believe that you must do as a man. So these are gender violence. There are some people that because of circumstances surrounding them, they may not be able to meet up. Maybe at the end of the week, you are not able to raise enough resources to give to your wife to buy things. And people may begin to say, look at him, he's a man. He cannot even afford to get food items for his family. But when you talk about gender-based violence, you now talk about what people are passing through because of their weaker level, because of circumstances surrounding them. And most victims of gender-based violence are likely to be women. But when you talk about gender-based violence, it's not just limited to men or women, it's unisex. A man can experience gender-based violence, a woman can also experience gender-based violence. Okay. So when you talk about that, you talk about women or men having terrible experiences. For example, you see some women being subjected to family battering. You see some women being subjected to beating, not taking them, maybe somebody not having the privilege to go to school because he's coming from feminine point of view. And these things are one of the things that are really eating deeper into the society presently. And that is why there's serious advocacy that people should wake up, both at the community level and at the government level.
All right. The point here, the emphasis here is that it could be male, it could be female.
Yes.
Okay,
very
it's not
well.
gender specific. It could be any of the genders.
Yes.
All right. But I want to ask, what are the root causes of gender-based violence?
Now, the root causes of gender-based violence is a multifaceted experience or challenge. It has different angle, but the root causes are most often ignorance, and the family where you are coming from. Take, for example, where somebody is coming from a remote place. Last week I had the experience of a lady being tortured by the husband. And when the matter came up, I asked her, is it not better that this issue should be reported to the law enforcement agents? And she said, no, please. That experience is a recurrence experience. Why? Because that person is coming from a family where he believes or she believes that the man is all and all. So when somebody is coming from a poor family background, somebody is coming from remote areas, somebody is not well enlightened, I believe the purpose why you are doing this program is so that we'll encourage people to know better than what they know. So the limitations of education, the background of where people are coming from, the experience, social experience, these things can actually cause gender-based violence. Because if you are not properly informed, that person can equally be deformed.
Okay. You know, next I was going to ask if there are traditional norms or cultural beliefs in Nigeria that contribute to perpetuating this gender-based violence.
Yes, yes. In fact, that is the taproot. That is where this problem is actually coming from. A situation whereby it is, for example, I grew up in Lafia as a young man. Lafia, currently Nasarawa State. As a young man, there are some homes that a man cannot just enter, and women are not allowed to just come out of such homes. So, and it is their custom, it is their norms. Now, there are also areas, for example, in some of the areas where we are working, you see some people, because their culture is saying that a woman, whatever the man says, you must accept, whether you like it or not. If your parents said, go and marry this person, you must marry such a person. And when you look at it, you see that some of these cultural norms or some of these things is really having a negative effect. And that is why if you want to tackle it, you must also go back to the root cause, which includes that the traditional rulers must be deeply involved. Those community stakeholders must be deeply involved. I'm an advocate of community, town union governance. Some of these things that are causing problems in the society should be taken back to the foundation, and the foundation is the community. And if we get the traditional rulers, there are some communities that a woman cannot be a member of Igwe cabinet. There are some communities that a woman is not permitted to speak. There are even some congregations, some Christian organizations that a woman is not allowed to be a priest. Women are meant to just serve. They are known as weaker vessels. They are not meant to be heard. They are meant to be seen. So this issue has its play in culture, it has its play in religion, it has its play in the society. And for it to be tackled, it must also return back to the grassroots.
All right. Before I go to my next question, I want to bring it home a bit. You know, in the beginning you said this could be, talking about gender-based, it has to do with either male or
female.
And we are talking about violence here. I want to ask, are there situations where men face violence from women?
Yes, over and over again, by rating, among every three male, one is meant to experience gender-based violence.
Please.
Yes.
Reverend, you are telling me that there are situations, perhaps in a family, where the woman is violent and takes it out on the husband. Is that the picture?
Very, very well. Even as an individual, even as a man, you can also have such experience. A situation whereby you came back home, not being paid at the end of the month, and your wife is requesting that you give her money to change her clothes.
Okay.
And you say, please, there's no money. Just manage whatever you have. And she's insisting that you must give her money because other women are wearing same clothes. And when you refuse to give such money, coming to be with her on the bed, she denies you are right as a man. Is a violence against the man.
Is that a violence?
Yes, it's a violence against the man.
Being denied of that conjugal rights
is a
violence against the male.
Yes.
So what you're trying to tell me is that at times it doesn't have to do with perhaps physical violence, where the woman perhaps slaps the man or uses broom or stick or anything to whip the man.
Is part of the violence, but it is beyond that, because there are psychological violence, there are emotional violence.
And the bruises could be deeper than the physical violence.
When you talk about the bruises, this one has to do with battering, is another aspect of the violence. So violence is not just fighting, it's not just bruises, it can also be psychological, it can also be emotional. There are so many people that are dying because of emotional traumas.
All right, Reverend, talking about being psychological, right? From your experience, which do you consider to be more detrimental to either the male or to the female? We are talking about perhaps verbal abuse, verbal slandering and all that. And in your experience, I want to know, which one would you say cuts deeper?
Well, is a deep question, but I must say that all of them, there are people, let me come with this example. There are people that are gradually dying without you knowing. You may look at them, they might appear happy, but right inside, they are dying seriously. Now, there are people, when it has to do with this domestic violence, there are people that psychologically, you may see somebody on the road, such a person is walking and passing across the road without even knowing that vehicle is just very close. Such a person may be walking, but right inside there is a deeper problem that he or she is passing through. There are other people too that have this experience of physical violence. I think the physical violence are the ones that the government and the law enforcement agents pay attention to. Oh, they hit the woman hit the man, the way they treat this person. But there are people that are really passing psychological. So both of them, they are interrelated. Okay. They are interrelated. Most of the times, before it resorts to physical violence or battering, maybe husband beating the wife, it must have passed through the psychological level. It must have passed through the emotional level too. This other aspect of battering is just expression of what has been happening.
All right. Yes. But let's say I'm so particular or keen about the male folk in these circumstances, because I know that a number of times is the violence against women that is mostly reported. Are there men that report issues of violence?
That is a challenge. That is the cultural challenge. Because of the cultural challenge, so many men are like, how do you want me to go and report that my wife is beating me? How do you want me to report that I'm being denied of my rights? How do you want me to report that the way this woman is treating me, if I have to be man? Sometimes you hear people tell you, nah, be man. You don't have to shed tears, be man. Why must that person be man? Is it that man is not a human being? That maybe you are losing something and you want to express it by shedding tears or by crying out, and people tell you be man, just endure it, be man. So the men are having terrible experiences, and that is why we need this enlightenment where people should be able to come out and open up. The men should know that they have feelings like the women. The women should also know that men can be hurt just like the women can be hurt too. And the violence we are talking about is not just about man and woman fighting or maybe a man hitting the woman. That there are so many things that could be happening which can also be ascribed as domestic violence. But for so many people, they may not know. Just take for an instance a situation whereby a woman denies the husband the conjugal rights. What do you think the man should do? Ordinarily, most men resort to using or fighting or beating the woman, known as a battering. But the real thing and the main thing that ought to happen is when a man notices that this woman is making me feel rejected, she's making me feel this, the man can also report. Such thing can also lead to separation of marriage.
Okay.
But many men continue to endure until maybe at that point where you now react physically. People will now say, this is how this man is maltreating the woman. But when you come deeper, you now begin to hear the other side of the story. And some men will begin to tell you, this woman hardly come back early, this woman hardly do this or that. But most of the times you see men trying to keep. So men should also learn to express themselves. Men should also learn to open up to say, this is what I'm experiencing and it's not right at all, because domestic violence can be men or women.
All right. In other words, you're saying they should come out. If I get you correctly, you're saying that there is nothing wrong in a man crying if need be.
Yes, nothing.
So men should courageously shed tears if that's the case. Just ease off that emotion.
Yes.
All right. I wanted to take a different approach on asking what institutions are doing. But because I'm speaking to a reverend, I am inclined to ask, what is the church? What role is the church playing in handling issues like this?
Yes, the last time in one of the programs I attended here, I took time to also made it clear what church are meant to do and what they are doing. From our own perspective, we have cases where when you observe as a priest, by the grace of God, I'm a priest that is pastoring a large congregation, and you see people with different experiences. So as a church, from our own perspective, we always encourage people, when you notice that these things are not really working, stop keeping quiet. Open up to the priests. Report to the committee. In our church, we have what is called marriage committee. The responsibilities of this marriage committee is to look into marital challenges, look into marital problems, and advise. In a situation where you notice that this marriage is leading to more destruction or trying to raise havoc, the best thing you do is that you call the parents or you call the people involved. If there are ones that you ought to report to the law enforcement agent, like the other day I shared an experience, a lady had an experience where the husband used cane on her. Over nothing, just over nothing. And when she came to me as a pastor and said, this is the experience of what my husband did to me, I told her, it's high time we get the law enforcement agents involved. So, and she started pleading. She started pleading. So what I did as a pastor was to invite the man. And I rebuked him seriously, and I said, this will be the first and the last of his kind. So as a church, you are meant to be closer because we are the grassroots. We are meant to be closer to the people, relate to them, have these experiences, and encourage people to report, not to stay in silence, because so many families, so many couples are staying in silence, and they are dying gradually.
All right. You know, given the culture that we are in, don't you think that a spouse calling the place for, let's say, the husband may lead to an end to that union? You know, in the other clime, we are so used to it. Perhaps you didn't get a burger for the kids when you're supposed to get it. Or perhaps you didn't clean the laundry. The wife could decide that she has had enough and throw you out of the house. And if you're insisting, she will call the police. And it's usual. But in our clime, don't you think it could be viewed as an affront and an end to a union?
No, not at all. The truth is that what matters a lot is exposure. Exposure is very important, and that is why you'll be able to rate that the rate of social media patronage is growing high. People need to be enlightened.
All right.
People need to be educated. Okay. People need, as a man, you need to come to a point of understanding that you must not always bring money on the table if you don't have it. So many men have resort to stealing just to make sure their spouse or the wife is happy or the children are happy. If the Lord blesses the woman, let the woman take responsibilities. It must not be the man. So this mindset that it must always be the man have made our men, from African point of view, to always carry loads that are too heavy for them. And thereby they're unable to carry such loads. They'll begin to suffer some internal or psychological traumas, which people may not know. So for those of us over here, this cultural perspective or perception that the man must do this, the man must do this, the man must also do that. Take for instance, there are chefs that are women, that are men, that cooks better than women. So why will it be that as a man you marry the woman and you know you can cook better? Why can't you enter the kitchen and prepare food?
Okay.
Why must it always be that the woman should always cook? She's the one to cook. If she refuses to cook, no food in this house. These things has to do with perception. And that is why over there, both in US, in London, and so many other parts of the world, people are beginning to know that this family responsibility is not just one-sided.
It's shared.
It's shared. The man is deeply involved. The woman is also deeply involved. If the woman finds the opportunity of getting a better job, and the man is not privileged of getting a better job, the man can also take care of the children and relax, okay, while the woman does the other way around. So, but over here, you see a man telling the wife, you cannot be working while I stay at home. Or the woman saying, look at you, lazy man, you are staying at home, I'm working. And these things, it's just mindsets. And that is why we need to also revisit our culture and our attitude, because some of these things are coming from the cultural background.
Okay, and you know, given what we're discussing, you know, we're in the era of Achalugo and Odogu, and Odogu has to shoulder the responsibilities. Yes, when you interact with a lot of the younger ones, the younger generation, the Gen Z generation, they would tell you, for the ladies, they will say they are Achalugo and they're looking for an Odogu. And Odogu is that male partner who would provide the needs of the family. The Achalugo may not need to work. So are there sensitization effort to carry this generation along for them to see the need that we're in an era of shared responsibility?
Very, very well. And that is what we are currently doing The Acharugo, unquote, should know that you are created. God created you for a purpose. And that purpose is to fulfill your destiny. And that is why in Africa, you see a woman, because you are not privileged to marry, you feel that the world is against you. Why will you feel that the world is against you? Because you are not privileged to marry. You can still fulfill your destiny even without being a married girl or a married woman. We also have this experience that men should also know that God created you as a man to fulfill your destiny and be focused. And at any point you are moving into marriage, also have this mindset that you are going to get a partner, a partner. That is why the Bible said that he that findeth a wife findeth a good thing and shall obtain favor from the Lord. A woman is a partner, not a slave. And if you get a partner, it means that if I cannot achieve this one, likely my partner will help me to achieve this. So the idea of I'm waiting for a man that will buy Venza, buy Jeep, buy this, build house for my father and this. And let me also use this opportunity to plead with our parents. Is the right time that we'll give our children the rightful mindset. If a girl is moving into marriage, let the lady know that this marriage is fulfillment of destiny, not a grabbing mindset, going to grab, looking for where to get every money you spent. And if we have this rightful mindset, the marriage of today will be better than what it used to be. So I want to encourage the young people. Nobody should be encouraged to be lazy. People should get themselves doing something. But don't have this mindset that I must be the odogu. That is why people venture into rituals. You see our young people entering into Ezewoke, Ezewai, money ritual. You see so many young boys in the name of Yahoo boys trying to grab money. And the worst is that even when they get such money, they hardly utilize it because it's not money acquired in a genuine way. So people should earn money through genuine means. And these genuine means will pass through processes. It's not cash and carry. It will pass through processes. It may take a little time, but definitely it will come. Then the girls that are moving into marriage, you also have this mindset that I'm going to build a home and I'm not going to grab something from a man.
All right. Now, let's look at the national institutions, say the police and the courts. What role are they playing to see that this crisis is curtailed?
Now, the government, you know, we have government mechanism in resolving disputes, and but this government mechanism, many of them are not favorable to the society. Government mechanism has to do with the courts, it has to do with the law enforcement agents, but I'm an advocate of alternative dispute resolution. The alternative dispute resolution, we have this mechanism of mediation, of arbitration, of reconciliation, and through this alternative dispute resolution, it provides more solution than just the government mechanism. Now, this mechanism, for example, the police, have been privileged to experience communities passing through violence, passing through these experiences of domestic violence. And when the police officer gets the other arrested and you go to the police, at the end, they will fuel the crisis the more. They will not give the rightful solution. And that is why most of the police officers, they are being trained on alternative dispute resolution, how best to manage issues. Because what we are looking for is a situation whereby when there is a dispute, people should be able to come to the round table to resolve these disputes. and they'll have a better living. But those mechanisms also, that is the courts and the police, they can also show more effectiveness by ensuring that any matter that gets to them is given proper attention. Any matter that is reported is properly investigated, and whoever that is found wanting should also be disciplined. That is what they need to do as government mechanism.
All right. From what you said, it would be safe to say that lack of trust in our system, say the police and even the judiciary, helps to fuel this crisis of gender-based violence.
Very well. You see so many people, just like we know the issue of Osinachi, the lady that died last time. Up to today, that matter, we cannot really say what is the actual situation with that matter. Most of the times you see an incident that may happen, it will take extra 10 years, 20 years, and that is why people often say a justice delayed is a justice denied. So if justice are delayed, if this matter comes to police and you see tomorrow you see those people going freely, such people will lose confidence in government mechanism. And that is what is happening in the society now.
All right. It's a question of justice delayed is justice denied. On that note, we'll go on a short break. I will be back.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Thank you for staying with us, and you're still watching The Insight, and we're still speaking with Very Reverend Uzoma Promise Obodo on the issue of confronting gender-based violence and conquering poverty. Reverend, let's continue to x-ray these issues. And I want to ask this time around, what is the Nigerian government's role, or what is the government's involvement in helping to confront the issue of gender-based violence?
Well, thank you so much, Osai. The government have vital roles to play. And I believe that the government should do better than they are doing currently. The government has the responsibility to carry out the education, and that is one of the key areas. That is one of the key areas, the education, the educational sector. I thank God for what is currently happening in Enugu, where we are witnessing smart school, and we are believing that if government will toe the line of quality education, it will help to shaping the lives of the society. If we have the rightful people with the rightful mindsets. The other day, we went for a courtesy visit at GTC, and I saw some of the infrastructural developments there. And with such facilities in that school now, you'll be able to see that if a child enters into such school, such a child should be able to know how to venture into production and other key areas. So I request that the government should pay top priority to education. Education is very, very vital. Then another area is awareness. Just like what Aneke TV is doing, we need serious awareness. If the government can pay attention, if the government can give more attention to awareness compared to what they do during election. During election, you hear jingles, you hear awareness, you see people venturing from one place to another. We need more awareness from the government. Then we also need that the government should also consider the area of empowerment. If you can empower people to come out of some of these dungeons, it will help to eradicate or alleviate this gender-based violence. If people are properly tutored on these things, you see that people will walk away from such experience.
All right. Let's beam the satellite on you now. We know that you are involved in advocacy to end this menace. So I want to ask, tell us about what your advocacy is all about and again so far.
Well, thank you so much. By the grace of God, we started Impact Life at 40 Care Foundation. Impact Care at 40 Care Foundation. Impact Life at 40 Care Foundation is a non-governmental organization that the Lord gave me the burden to start, and it kicked off at my 40th birthday. So that was why it was tagged that at 40. Now, I've been privileged to do this pastoral work for about 22 years as a priest in Methodist Church, Nigeria, cutting across so many dioceses. I've pastored for about 6 years at Aba, Omahia, Abakaliki, now in Enugu. Now, what we are doing is that I have come to understand that people at the grassroots, they are really passing through difficult times. People at the grassroots, many of them, to eat is a difficult thing. So many people at the grassroots are facing massive challenge. Last year or thereabouts, the federal government with the Enugu state government, they shared palliative to wards. I was also privileged to be one of the key team that headed that of our ward. But can I tell you that not up to 20% of people at the grassroots had access to the palliatives.
Not up to 20%?
Not up to 20%.
Why is that?
Eh?
Why is that?
The reason is because the government brought nothing. At the state level, you may hear, they brought in 50 trailers of rice, of this, but coming to the grassroots, these things are nowhere to be found. So people at the grassroots are really suffering, and that is why there's need for us to look at the poverty rate of Nigeria. That is why people are shouting for change. That is why people are advocating that the government should look inward and see the possible ways of alleviating the problems. So my foundation, our center advocacy is on the vulnerable and indigent people. Last December, we were able to care for about over 100 and something persons that is indigent, because let me use Igbo. He said,
what does that mean?
The wretched, not just the poor people, but wretched people.
Okay.
People that when you enter their room, I had the experience of visiting a woman, and I saw at her 70s, she was lying on just flex. And you begin to wonder, is this thing still happening? But yes, it's happening. And even the child or the children may not be of help to her because they had nothing to offer. There are people that are down there that cannot even have access to a square meal a day. So that is why the Lord laid it in my heart that we should start doing something. And I want to use this medium to tell us that those of us that are better off know that people are suffering, know that people are passing through difficult times, know that the society is really passing through horrible experience. And that is why we need to draw closer. The government need to draw closer to the people and see how to help them in alleviating their sufferings.
Okay. So in other words, the impact life at 40 Care is at the grassroots, mobilizing, creating awareness on the issue of poverty against gender-based violence.
Yes, the Impact Life at 40 Care Foundation is at the grassroots, reaching out to the unreached.
Reaching out to the
Unreached. Yes, we are the grassroots, helping people to survive.
Okay. Before I go into my next question, I want to ask, being a reverend, how do you raise the resources to be able to mobilize and get into the inner city, the grassroots?
Well, at my 40th birthday, what we did was that I asked my friends, just like what I rightly said, I've served almost in 10 different dioceses of our church. I had access to friends who are better off. Okay. So I asked them, come, we want to institute an NGO. And God helped us. We had a target of 40 million as at then. And God helped us. People trooped out to lay helping hands. Now, through that means we now instituted this NGO. And through that place, we started reaching out, training people. Just last week, we trained people, young people that could do better in entrepreneurship. We trained people on soft skill. We also carried out medical outreach. Last time at Ugwaji, we carried free medical outreach, and many people trooped out. And that is the more we are doing. This year too, before the end of the year, we are believing God that we'll be reaching out to other numerous people. But the truth is that people at the grassroots are really suffering, many people.
All right. Reverend, have you tried reaching out to government for collaboration to see to it that you're able to reach the unreached?
The challenge with, the situation that Nigeria is passing through is actually caused by the government at every level. And sometimes they know the right thing to do. Just like I made reference to when they shared palliative, and I said that up to 20% could not, it did not get up to 20%, over 100. So for me, I don't believe in going to government, telling government, give me resources. What we are doing, we're able to showcase it on our platforms, and by the grace of God, we'll be partnering with Aneke TV too. If anybody finds it worthy to be part of what we are doing, then that person is free. But for us going down to them, because we need to speak to those in power too, telling them this is what they do and what they ought not to do. So for us, we relate with people of like minds. We relate with people that are passionate. We are not just wanting to just run into government and start begging the government. The government have so many structures on ground, but implementing those structures is very, very difficult.
All right. Now, let's link this issue. Does poverty have any role, or does poverty play any role in making gender-based violence, or specifically a role in making girls or women vulnerable to violence?
The remote cause of gender-based violence is poverty.
Okay.
It's poverty. Poverty is the root cause. And without us tackling or assessing poverty very well, you'll not be able to provide solution. the root cause is poverty. And that is why personally I ventured into the non-governmental organization where we are looking at the best way to alleviate the suffering of people. When somebody is coming from a very wretched family background and that person's right is being violated, what the person tells you is, I don't have money to go to police station. Somebody that hardly feed, how can such a person go to police station to report? Somebody that hardly feed, how can such a person go to court to do matter or to report the case? For you to get a lawyer to advocate for you, you know what it entails. So the root cause of gender-based violence is poverty. Some men may come back because all through the day they strive to work and nothing is happening. When they get back home, they resort to beating their wife, they resort to anger, they resort to this. Now some women, when they are jobless, they expect the man to come back with money. And the man may come back with no money. And when the man comes back with no money, it leads to exchange of words. But just look at it from this angle that maybe you get back home today, say your children, everybody enter car, we are going to maybe one of the fast food, we want to go and eat, we want to go and do this, we want to go and do that. Everybody will be happy. Coming back home, everybody will be happy. But when you come back and you tell your family, nothing, I have nothing to offer, just look at the facial expression of people and you see that they will not feel happy. So poverty, difficulties, they are the root causes of gender-based violence. Yes, there are other level of violence that people perpetuate because of the position they occupy, because of who they are. But the much problem is coming from poverty.
All right. Reverend, for want of time, my directors are already beckoning. I want to ask, based on Impact Life at 40 Care Foundation, do you have any final word you want to leave us with?
Yes, I want to thank you once more. Thank you for bringing me here. Thank you for making this program. On behalf of Impact Care Foundation team, by this Sunday we'll be commissioning our training center where we'll be reaching out to so many people at the grassroots. We want to be training people. We want to make sure that we help young people. We want to train people to be useful to their generation. We want to help those people that cannot access the government, and that is what we'll be doing this weekend. And we are also believing God that other people will collaborate with us and they will also partner with us in growing the foundation. The foundation is just picking up, and by the grace of God, we get there. I want to use this medium to plead with people of like minds to see people at the grassroots as a collective responsibility. People are passing through terrible times, and if you can open up to assist such people, either through your channel or through other channels, including our own channel, God will certainly bless you. For the word of the Lord says in 1 Corinthians chapter 4 verse 7, it says, what did you receive? What did you have that you did not receive? Then if you receive, why do you then glory like you do not receive? For everything you have comes from God. And that is why that whatever the Lord gives to you as a person, use it to assist others. Thank you so much.
All right. On that note, Very Reverend Uzoma Promise Obodo, Presbyter Methodist Church Nigeria and founder Impact Life at 40 Care Foundation, it's a pleasure speaking with you on this issue of gender-based violence and poverty. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
And to you, our viewers, remember on the Insight, your views matters to us. Remember to reach us with the hashtag @Insight, all at Aneke TV on our social media handles, Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, and YouTube. Till we come your way same time next week, I still remain your host, Uche Osai.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ibai. Ekele mu. Ojo kwani ihe eji gondo. Ndo ana atoka. Onye ana nke ya no na agwo. Ibai adino. Ogologo ndo. Aruike na odumma ihe eji ene ndo anya. Na onye ngori ihe eji ene ndo anya. Elufuta nwuru ya. Imana na nsogbu ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị. Chukwu okike. Onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị, anyị na-ekene gị na-ekene gị maka tata, na-ayọ maka echi, maka na ọsọ gị maka ebe echi anyị ma mara. na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. First, the headlines. U.S. faults Nigerians' efforts to protect trafficking victims. FG warns fire service staff against job racketeering. Imo State Governor suspends Civil Service Commission chair. Obaifa assures safety as Abuja Kaduna train service resumes. NBA drags police to court over tinted permit policy. Enugu slashes CNG bus fare by 40%. Nigeria becomes Senegal's main crude supplier. I'm Deborah Wakoba with the details of the news. The U.S. State Department has criticized Nigeria for failing to adequately protect victims of Boko Haram and human trafficking, keeping the country on Tier 2 in its 2025 Trafficking in Persons TIP report. The report said women and children linked to armed groups or forced into begging and domestic work were often treated as criminals. In some cases, victims were even returned to their Boko Haram captors. It also flagged corruption among law enforcement and the judiciary as a major obstacle, with some officers implicated in trafficking crimes. While acknowledging progress, including 744 investigations, 71 prosecutions, 49 convictions, and increased funding for victim support, the report stressed that systematic corruption and weak screening continue to leave vulnerable Nigerians at risk of re-victimization. In a statement, the federal government has warned Federal Fire Service FFS personnel against involvement in job racketeering during agency's ongoing recruitment. Controller General Olumode Adeyemi gave the warning during a tour of Abuja fire stations, stressing that any officer caught will face immediate dismissal with no exceptions. He urged staff to protect the agency's reputation, adding that improved welfare measures, including consolidated allowances, are already in place. Meanwhile, Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma has ordered the immediate suspension of the chairman of the State Civil Service Commission, Dr. Julie C. Onye-Ukwu. The announcement, made through Information Commissioner Declan Emelumba, directed Onye-Ukwu to hand over all government property in her possession to the Commission's permanent secretary or the most senior officer. No official reason was provided for the governor's action, fueling speculation within political and civil service cycles. The suspension comes at a sensitive time for Imo's public service sector, which has been under scrutiny over allegations of ghost workers, payroll irregularities, and demands for reforms. Analysts note that the decision could signal Uzodinma's attempt to tighten control over the state bureaucracy ahead of key policy implementations. While details remain unclear, observers say the development may have ripple effects on the morale of civil servants and the stability of the commission, a body central to recruitment, promotions, and discipline in the state's workforce. Amidst growing insecurity, bandits on Thursday kidnapped a police officer, Ezra John, along the Patigi-Lade Road in Kwara State while he was returning from duty. The incident was deepening concern over worsening insecurity in the area. Former Commissioner Mahalia Aisha Amman Pategi described the abduction as alarming and urged urgent collaboration among security agencies. Reacting to related violence in Oke Ode, the Alafin of Oyo, Oba Abimbola Owade Wan condemned the killings by suspected headsmen, calling the attackers enemies of the state and demanding justice. He said he had contacted Governor Abdul Razak, who confirmed a battalion of soldiers had been deployed. Also, Are Ona Kakanfo of Yoruba land, Iba Gani Adams, mourned victims of the violence, urging communities to stay vigilant and support security forces in flushing out terrorists posing as bandits across Kwara and Kogi states. As of now, the Abuja-Kaduna train service, AKTS, resumed full operations on Wednesday after weeks of safety checks, inspections, and staff training by the Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC. NRC Managing Director Dr. Kayode Okpeifa joined passengers on the maiden trip from Abuja's Idu station to Kaduna's Rigasa station, pledging improved safety, customer service, and modernization of operations. He assured travelers of visible security presence and discreet protective measures along the corridor, while also promising better passenger experience, ongoing rail expansion, and rehabilitation of rolling stock. As part of welfare efforts, the NRC announced that passengers injured in the August 26 train accident will enjoy one free ride weekly until December 31, 2025. While all 618 passengers on board that day will be entitled to one complimentary trip before year end. This news broadcast is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can follow us on all social media feeds on Facebook, X, Instagram, and TikTok, here on YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. U.S. faults Nigeria's efforts to protect trafficking victims. FG warns fire service staff against job racketeering. Coming up shortly, NBA drags police to court over tainted permit policy. Enugu slashes CGN bosses, fares by 40%. Nigeria becomes Senegal's main crude supplier. We'll be right back.
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chiwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
Welcome back. The Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) has challenged the legality of the police tinted glass permits policy in court, warning officers to immediately halt its enforcement. NBA President Yakubu Maikiao SAN stressed that any officer who defies the pending suit risks contempt, proceedings, and disciplinary action. Noting that the policy has long been criticized as a tool for harassment and extortion of motorists. The case now before the court could set a major precedent on the limits of police powers and the protection of citizens' rights. Observers say the outcome would test balance between public security measures and constitutional freedoms in Nigeria. The people of Enugu breathed a sigh of relief. Governor Peter Mbah has ordered a 40% reduction in fares on Enugu State newly launched C-engine bus scheme, sparking a surge in passenger patronage. The fare from Enugu to Nsukka has dropped from 2,500 naira to 1,500 naira, with many commuters praising the move as true dividends of democracy. Passengers also hailed the bus's modern features, including air conditioning, its security, charging ports, and direct payment into the state's IGR account. The scheme, which began with 100 state-of-the-art buses, is supported by a dedicated CNG filling station and new bus terminals across the state. Commuters say the price cut has made the service both affordable and attractive compared to commercial alternatives. Still in Enugu, smallholder farmers in Enugu have hailed the federal government after receiving a fresh round of fertilizers, herbicides, water pumps, sprayers, and other inputs from the Ministry of Agriculture. Beneficiaries say the supplies would boost food production, though they urged Abuja to address headers, attacks that have wiped out farmlands in the past. Agriculture Minister Abubakar Kyari said the distribution aligns with President Tinubu's food security emergency plan aimed at lacking hunger, boosting rural productivity, and reducing poverty. Now moving over to business. Nigeria has emerged as the main crude supplier to Senegal's 30,000 barrels per day Dakar refinery, which cannot process its own locally produced oil. Although Senegal began pumping 100,000 barrels per day from the Sangoma field in 2024, the heavy sulfur-rich crude is unsuitable for the refinery. Instead, the plant relies on Nigeria's lighter Eha grade, with imports averaging 30,000 barrels daily in recent months, according to energy analysts. Despite being an oil producer, Senegal still depends on fuel imports, sourcing up to 60% of its refined products from Russia. With Sangoma output expected to stay steady for years, Nigeria's Eha crude and Russian fuels remain vital to Senegal's energy balance. Now to sports. Flying Eagles coach Aliyu Zubairu has challenged his players to give their all against Colombia in their final group match at the FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile. Zubairu's men kept their campaign alive with a dramatic 3-2 win over Saudi Arabia, thanks to goals from Nasiru Salihu, Amos Ocheche, and a stoppage time penalty from captain Daniel Bameyi. The victory lifted Nigeria to third place in the group, while Saudi Arabia crashed out. We went all out for the 3 points against Saudi Arabia, and now it's simple. We must do the same against Colombia, Zubairu said. Now in entertainment, British-Nigerian heavyweight boxer Moses Itaoma says his Nigerian heritage gives him extra strength in the ring. Visiting Nigeria on Independence Day, the 20-year-old described the warm reception he received, recalling how airport officials proudly identified him as one of their own. He noted that Nigeria has produced several world-class fighters and believes his own journey is just beginning. Itaoma, who turned professional 2 years ago, said he is focused on building his own legacy rather than chasing records set by Mike Tyson or Anthony Joshua. He ruled out facing Joshua because they share a trainer, but hinted a possible future bout with Efe Ajagba and world champion Alexandra Usyk, calling such challenge a win-win opportunity regardless of the outcome. The rising star also revealed talks about hosting fights in Nigeria and supporting young athletes through his partnership with Bet Naija. With roots in Akwa Ibom, Itaoma promised to return home to celebrate when he eventually captures the heavyweight championship belt. To end the news across the country, here are the main points. The U.S. State Department faulted Nigeria for failing to adequately protect victims of human trafficking and Boko Haram, citing corruption and poor victim screening despite some progress in prosecutions and victim support. The Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, has dragged the police to court over the controversial tinted glass permit policy, warning officers to halt enforcement or face contempt charges. In Enugu, Governor Peter Mbah slashed fares on the state's new CNG bus scheme by 40%, a move welcomed by commuters who praised the bus's affordability and modern features. That ends the news. For breaking news eyewitness report, please call 070-3043-7110 or visit our social media feeds across Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, or at Aneke TV. I'm Deborah Wakuba. Thank you for watching.
Igwe nwanụ jeke elu ya aka. Abịa zọrọ igwe gị igwe.
na mbụ ọja m na-asị ekekele ụwa na ọkwa ọja ekenekwa gị na eluigwe na ala na-ekene gị na urukpuru na kpakpando na-ekene gị na ugwu na ndịna na-ekene gị maka ka onye si eme ka ekwe si akpụ ya ka onye si eme ka ọja si akpụ ya ihe a bụ Aneke TV.
Ibai. Ekele m. Ọjụ kwami ihe eji agọ ndụ. Ndụ a na-atọka. Onye anabara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ. Ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịlụfụta nwere ya ị mara na nsogbu rere ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene gị na-ekele gị maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya mara na ya dị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma ọ ya dịla onye ọbụla mma edịkwazị ọgbaghị nọ ya abịa na anọdụ na n'Igbo eke oyi nkwọ awụ na ọdọmma ndị be anya onwekwara ihe ọzọ na anyị ga-enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
na be anyị amechi na ọ bụ ọkụ na anọ anyị adawo aga ọjị a na-awa ha abịa ji na ọjị na-eke ịkya na a na-agụ ya a na-ejide ọjị na-eka nri ana m erachi ihe kere ihe na ihe wara ihe Chineke nna kere enu ke ana m akpọkụ ndị ezigbo mmadụ niile nọchawọrọ ndụ na amechi ọkụ na anọ na anụ ọkụ na anọ na anụ Nkanụ na anụ nta egbe na-ese na anụ Enugu steeti na-asị biko na ọ bụ ha metere ihe ọma ka anyị na-asị ha gbadata ha bịa tara ọjị anyị na-asị eke ka eke ketere anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị ahwọ ka ahwọ ghọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị nkwọ ka nkwọ kwọtara anyị ihe ọma anyị na-asị orie ka orie rutere anyị ihe ọma ihe ndị a niile ka anyị na-arịọ nna sị ka ị bịa mere anyị wetere anyị udo n'ala Igbo wetere anyị udo n'ala Naịjirịa wetere anyị ịhụnanya wetere anyị ọganihu wetere anyị ihe niile bụ ihe na-eme obodo adị mma nna biko ihe ndị a ka anyị na-arịọ kwetewo n'imeworo anyị karịa ka anyị rịọrọ n'ịhwa Chineke nna kere enu ka ana bụ Chukwu okike abịama
ndị be anyị ọjị abịa anyị na-ekene osebụrụ ụwa ekene Chukwu okike nna ketara anyị oge kere igwe ka anyị na-ata ọjị anyị chọrọ iwe ọjị ị na-awa n'otu awa n'ibe asị ka ị goziela anyị taa ka ihe ọma hụkwa gwute anyị na-akpọke ndị nna nna anyị ha bụ abụ ndị mere ọhụma goziela anyị eke gozie orie gozie nkwọ mee ka ndị ọbụla na-agagharị na-achọghị ha ga-eri mee ọhụma na ndị sokwa ụzọ ọtọ ndị kwụkwara ụzọ na-eje n'ụzọ kwụrụ ọtọ soro ka iwu Chukwu ji wee dị Chukwu na anyị si ka anyị wụọ gị a tata nde udo na ọgụ na aga m n'ihu ka ọ dịrị anyị mma ndewo anyị na-ewepụta ire ọjị na-egosi ụmụnna anyị okenye na-awa ọjị ndị ọzọ na-awa ọjị na-enye ile ọjị nsọfụrụ maka na ebe a n'ọnụ ile ọjị a ka eji ama eziokwu iweta ọjị onye ọzọ na-asa ile ọ ga-eji na-ekwu eziokwu onye sara ile weta ile ọjị were na-ekpe ekpere were na-aga ọhụụ ọ ga-ekwuneta eziokwu ọjị a anyị na-enye nsọfụrụ ọjị lụọ ịnọ otu a ata ya o ruo ise atakwa ya mana ọ bido ruo na asaa ịma na ị ga-egbu anụ ị ga-egbu ọkụkọ
Hello, I'm Debra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
It is Friday, and you know what that means. It is a sporting weekend ahead of us. The weekend always, thrills us with the performances at the highest level. the MPFL, the Premier League, the La Liga, the Bundesliga, the French Ligue 1, and even the Eredivisie. We get to see actions from different centers, and that is the thrill of the weekend. This weekend, there is a blockbuster fixture in the fixture of Chelsea versus Liverpool. We'll take a look at all of that as we go on the program this afternoon. Welcome to Extra Time on Aneke TV. This is where we give you the best of sports and everything happening in and around the world of sports. My name is Kelechi Nnaji. This is where we get to give you step-by-step updates on everything sports. Now let's go back to what happened very early on in the morning today as Nigeria, who is participating in the 24th FIFA Under-20 World Cup, the Flying Eagles had an edge over their Saudi Arabian counterparts as it ended 3-2, and Nigeria's chances of qualifying for the round of 16 is brightened. And from there, we will also touch down at the Super Eagles as coach Eric Schell has now finally unveiled his squad for the October 2025 international break. That is the last lap of the FIFA World Cup 2026 qualifiers. Nigeria has now announced the list of players that will be taking charge of that particular one. Now let's get back straight at the under-20 team. The Nigeria defeated Saudi Arabia 3-2 in an eventful Group F encounter in Talca on Friday morning. Yes, that's this morning, to earn 3 points and brighten their chances of reaching the round of 16 on the ongoing 24th FIFA Under-20 World Cup in Chile. Midfielder Nasiru Salihu scored Nigeria's first goal of the tournament by converting in the 10th minute. But the Asians were back on level terms in the 21st minute through Amar Al-Yuhabi. And Nigeria still held on, and Nigeria kept on asking questions, kept on knocking until Nigeria finally took the lead once more. The lead came, undaunted. The 7th African champions went in front of goal as Amos Ocheche scored with 7 minutes left in the first half. The first half ended with Nigeria leading 2-1. And 6 minutes into the second half, the Saudi Arabians were again back on level terms. This time thanks to Talal Haji, who got the equalizer for the Saudi Arabians. Nigeria secured the victory with 4 minutes into added time, with the captain of the side, Daniel Bameye, converting from the penalty spot. And victory means that the two-time World Cup finalists will reach the round of 16 if they get a result against Colombia. Now, this is to say that even a draw would be enough for Nigeria to qualify for the round of 16. But let's see how the boys perform against Colombia, who actually played a goalless draw against Norway. Remember, Norway defeated Nigeria 1-0 in the first game of the tournament for the Flying Eagles. And still talking about national team, this time it is the Super Eagles. What are their chances of qualifying for the FIFA World Cup? It is the question on every lips of Nigerian. Every Nigerian lips is asking that same question. But we have seen the coach come out to release the list of players who will be donning the Nigerian green and white jersey to see if they can take Nigeria to the 2026 FIFA World Cup that will be held in USA, Canada, and Mexico. Now, the Super Eagles head coach Eric Schell has made changes to his squad for this month's FIFA World Cup qualifiers against Benin Republic and Lesotho, with Oluwasemilogo Ajayi recalled to the team. Terren Murphy as well returning to the Super Eagles setup. Ako Adams set for a potential debut. Now, Sterling Wabali is expected to retain his role as the first-choice goalkeeper, supported by Amas Obasogie and Adebayo Adeleye. Now, Oluwasemilogo Ajayi comes back to the defense after injury kept him out of the last international windows. He joins captain William Truss Ekong, who you remember scored an own goal in that game against South Africa that was played in Bloemfontein, and the game ended 1-1. After that own goal, Ekong is expected to pick himself up and lead the Eagles to victory one more time. Calvin Bassey is also there, Bright Osayi Samuel, Bruno Onyemechi, Benjamin Fredericks, the young lad, and Felix Ago are all in the back line. In the midfield, we have Wilfred Ndidi, Alex Iwobi, Frank Onyeka, who all are joined by Al-Hassan Yusuf, who returns to the fold after injuries had hit the Nigerian midfield in the presence of Fisayo Dele Bashiru and Rafael Onyedika. Also, Christantus Uche is not in the team. Nigeria's attack combines experience with new options as Victor Osimhen leads the line alongside Ademola Lookman. Moses Simon and Samuel Chukwueze are all also in the list. Cyril Desas keeps his place despite criticism from the last outing, while OGC knees forward Terem Murphy is recalled to the fold. Sevilla forward Ako Adams is in line for his first cap, with Ola Olusegun also included. Now the Super Eagles sit third in the Group C on 11 points, 3 points behind the leaders Benin Republic and South Africa, who both have 14 points. Remember, we talked about how 3 points were deducted from South Africa because of fielding an ineligible player, and that has now meant that South Africa has dropped down to second on the log. And the Benin Republic, who is one of Nigeria's opponents, are the group leaders right now, but you would expect Nigeria to give it all because Nigeria needs to win these 2 games to even stand a chance of qualifying for the World Cup. We hope that this time the players understand what it means to play at the FIFA World Cup and represent Nigeria. And we also hope that Nigeria doesn't miss out on the World Cup for the second World Cup year in the consecutively. Now, only the group winners are guaranteed a place at the 2026 World Cup in the United States of America, Canada, and Mexico, while the best ranked runner-up across the African qualifiers will head into the Interfederation playoffs. And let's take a look at the full 23-man list as we have the goalkeepers: Stanley Nwabali, Amas Obasogi, Adebayo Adeleye, and the defenders are Felix Ago, Bruno Onyemechi, Bright Osayi Samuel, Benjamin Fredericks, Calvin Bassi, William Troost Ekong, Oluwasemilogo Ajayi. In the midfield, we have Alex Iwobi, Wilfred Ndidi, Frank Onyeka, Al-Hassan Yusuf. And in the forward positions, we have Moses Simon, Ademola Lookman, Tolu Arokodare, Victor Osimhen, Terem Murphy, Cyril Desas, Samuel Chukwueze, Ako Adams, and Ola Olusegun. These are the players that will be representing Nigeria as it stands, in the FIFA World Cup qualifiers. And there's also been some doubts on the fitness of Victor Osimhen, who limped out of the Nigerian squad in the last international break. Remember, Osimhen picked up an injury in that game against Rwanda, and that's led him to leave the camp just a few days later, and he has teamed up with Galatasaray ever since, and playing only one match for Galatasaray, which was the the Champions League win over Liverpool, where he scored the only goal. But there's also been reports coming out of Turkey that Osimhen took some pain relief injections to be able to play in that game, and it has cast doubts on his fitness for Nigeria. Will he be fit enough to play for Nigeria? Remember, these are World Cup 2026 qualifiers. Nigeria so far has played 8 games. Osimhen had only featured in 3 of them, playing a full match in 2 of those, and then the third one was the one that he limped off after just about 23 minutes into the game. So, but will Osimhen be fit, especially right now that it is penultimate for Nigeria? This is the last lap of the FIFA World Cup qualifiers, like I already mentioned, and I believe the players, the coaches, and even the NFF understands the gravity of the job that they need to get done before they before we begin to talk about whether we've qualified or not. So, and then we also pray that South Africa drops a point, and then also pray that we win Benin Republic, because that is our only chances of qualifying. And yes, still talking about Nigeria this time, let's go to the MPFL, but let's kick off by telling you that yesterday the MPFL champions of 2024/2025 season, Remo Stars, were on the losing side as Abia Warriors defeated them 2-0 in an MPFL Game Week 6 rescheduled game. And it was Abia Warriors who were on the winning side, and Remo, who still has an a very much important game to play in the CAF Champions League preliminaries against Mamelodi Sundowns of South Africa. They are definitely looking at that Champions League match as their priority, but losing in the MPFL, maybe it is not still where they want to be. But yesterday they lost to Abia Warriors, who has unfortunately crashed out of the CAF Confederations Cup match. Now, there was also another match which was between Kwara United and Plateau United. Kwara United coming out top in that one as they defeated Plateau United 2-1. Also, in that in the MPFL day before yesterday, there was a victory for Rivers United as they defeated Niger Tornadoes. All these games were rescheduled games from game week 6, and as it stands, the MPFL log has Nasarawa United on top of the log with 13 points. Enyimba has 12 points and Enyimba sits second. Rivers United sit third with 11 points even though they have played one game less. Abia Warriors are fourth with 9 points after 5 games. Niger Tornadoes are fifth with 9 points. Castina United are sixth with 9 points as well. Kwara United are seventh with 8 points. Shooting Stars are eighth with 8 points, while Wiki Tories are ninth with 8 points. Academy Warriors are middle of the log. They are in the middle of the log with 8 points from 6 games. Ikorodu City have 7 points as they sit on the 11th position. 12th is Warri Wolves, the newcomers. They have 7 points from 6 games in the MPFL, while Bayelsa United have 13 points. They have 7 points, and they are sitting 13th on the log. Remo Stars, the defending champions, they are 14th with 7 points, having played 5 games. And Bender Insurance have 6 points after playing 6 games. Bender Insurance is 15th on the log. 16th on the log is Plateau United, who has just 6 points, while Rangers International are 17th on the log with 5 points after playing 5 games. Barao FC has 5 points as well. They are 18th on the log, and 19th on the log is Kano Pillars with 4 points after playing 4 games. 20th on the log is Kun Khalifat, the newcomers. They have just 4 points from 6 games. And that's how the log is looking in the MPFL this season. But let's also tell you that the MPFL returns this weekend as we will have fixtures. Almost all the fixtures will be played on Sunday, as the one closest to us, Rangers International, will be hosting Castina United here in Enugu. And yes, Saturday, which is tomorrow, Saturday, October 4th, we'll see Academy Warriors host Kano Pillars in Maiduguri. This one is a northern derby. Bender Insurance will be hosting Nasarawa United in the Samuel Ubumedia Stadium in Benin City. And then on Sunday, when we will see most of the games, I already mentioned Rangers International right here at Nnamdi Azikiwe Stadium will be hosting Castina United. 3SC will be up against Plateau United. All right, 3SC, that's a Shooting Stars of Ibadan. They will be hosting a Plateau United. The Oluele Warriors would love to continue their good run of form, and they will be visited by Plateau United, who are still struggling to find their feet in the MPFL this season. Enyimba, one of the finest teams in the MPFL, I think the only team who hasn't lost a game yet in the MPFL. Enyimba will be hosting Rivers United in Aba, as Finidi George will be coming back to Aba, where he coached for 2 years before leaving for the Super Eagles job, and eventually losing the Super Eagles job, and then he joined Rivers United. He also is joined at Rivers United by his assistant, Yemi Olaruwaju, who also took charge of Enyimba after Finidi left Enyimba. So Rivers United will be coming to Aba with lots of assets who were all previously with Enyimba. Then Niger Tornadoes will be hosting Kun Khalifat in Mina, while Barao FC, another team from Kano, will be up against Warri Wolves, and that will be a clash of the new Titans. Bayelsa United will be hosting the high-flying Ikorodu City in the Samson Siasia Stadium, Yenagua, while Kwara United will be hosting Abia Warriors, who are still fresh from that big win against Remo Stars yesterday. And the last game will be played on Monday. It will be Remo Stars versus Wiki Tourists. The MPFL is still taking shape because it is just the early days into the season. This is March day 7 in the MPFL, but everybody will be striving to pick up points this early because it is really, really important that you pick them all up quite early. So that's the fixtures from the MPFL, and now that will take us to Europe as we take a look at the Premier League and what to expect from the Premier League this weekend. It will be a milestone for Mikel Arteta when he leads Arsenal out for the game against their West London, rivals, West Ham United. It will be a London derby. And as Arsenal takes, Arteta, takes charge of Arsenal for the 300th time. That is since the 23/20. He has been tipped as one of the favorites to win the Premier League trophy this season, especially with the way they have started the season. A lot of people have said Arsenal might just finally win the Premier League this season. West Ham United picked up a precious point in Nuno Espirito Santo's first game as the boss at Everton on Monday night, but it looks almost impossible for him to replicate that sort of performance at the Emirates Stadium, especially as he will be squaring up against an Arsenal side that has shown very much that they can excel in set-piece situations. And if we talk about set-piece, we know that set-piece has been West Ham United's greatest undoing this season. Where Arsenal thrives, West Ham United are suffering, and we will be seeing the two of them tee up again this weekend, and you will be thinking, okay, will Arsenal pumping lots of goals? Maybe we can put in some predictions, but that will be much later. And before we continue talking about Arsenal and the other big games that will be coming up in the Premier League, let's also inform you that there will be a game played tonight in the Premier League. Bournemouth will be hosting Fulham. Bournemouth side that has been riding really strong this season, especially surprising everyone after they had lost lots of players to bigger teams. Is Zabanyi leaving for PSG, while there was this other defender who left for Real Madrid, and they lost lots of players. But at the end of the day, they are still performing really, really strong in the Premier League. So it is all actually about the spirits. It is not about the names or the personnel. And after that, they will be facing the Fulham side that has 3 Nigerian internationals in the persons of Samuel Chukwueze, Calvin Bassey, and Alex Iwobi. We'll be looking closely at that one to see how it goes. And then on Saturday by 12:30 p.m., Leeds United will be hosting Tottenham Hotspur, while we already talked about Arsenal versus West Ham United. Manchester United are fresh off their loss to Brentford last weekend. They will be at home once more, welcoming a Sunderland side that has shown that they really want to stay up in the Premier League. Chelsea later on Saturday will be at Stamford Bridge against Liverpool. Liverpool, who has now lost 2 matches in a row for the second time under Arne Slot, will be traveling to Stamford Bridge to face a Chelsea side that has also not been in the best of form. And then on Sunday, Aston Villa will be at home against Burnley, while Everton will be hosting Crystal Palace. Newcastle United, with their new strikers, their new striker Nick Voltamade, who has been in some good form, will be up against Nottingham Forest, while Wolverhampton Wanderers, who will be led by Tolu Arokodare, will be hosting Brighton. Brentford versus Manchester City will be another big one. But now let's talk about Liverpool versus Chelsea. Or should we say Chelsea versus Liverpool, as it is termed the biggest game of the weekend. Now, neither sides are firing on all cylinders, with Liverpool following their Premier League defeat at Crystal Palace with a tame 1-0 reverse at Galatasaray in the Champions League on Tuesday. Chelsea same way in the Champions League, but this time they were on the winning side. They limped to a 1-0 victory over Jose Mourinho's Benfica, but they were once again unconvincing, and once again they picked up a red card. Now it is 3 matches in a row that they have seen a red card. So they will be without their injured playmaker Cole Palmer, as well as their best defender, in quotes, Levi Colwill, and the suspended Trevor Chalobah. So Chelsea, they have lots of issues in the defense. Who will be there to stop Mohamed Salah and co? Last weekend's 3-1 loss in the hands of Brighton may have been a rare home Premier League defeat, but they were not lucky to not see Crystal Palace, and they also did not deserve to beat Fulham, at least so I think. But then they picked up those victories. And with summer signing João Pedro struggling to hit the heights that he did at the Summer Club World Cup, and with no Palmer, Enzo Maresca's team look a little bit light in the attacking positions. Now champions Liverpool, meanwhile, they are not the force they were last season, and I am definitely expecting Arne Slot to go back to basics here with a midfield trio of Alexis McAllister, Dominic Szoboszlai and Ryan Gravenberch to help solidify the midfield, which would also mean that their record signing, or rather their second record signing, because they broke the British record and at the same time broke it again in the same transfer window. Florian Wirtz might just drop down to the bench as the £116 million midfielder has failed to perform at Liverpool. And either way, I really think it could be a good time, and maybe just the best time for Florian Wirtz to kickstart his career at Liverpool. This game offers him the opportunity to attack a team that has been defensively very disorganized, and you would be expecting Chelsea to struggle really hard in that game. And also there will be a fixture between Brentford and Manchester City. Manchester City somehow beginning to look like they are finding their feet in the Premier League, with Erling Haaland banging goals in every competition. The goals he scored in the UEFA Champions League maybe were not enough, but it was still goals from Erling Haaland. And now that he is firing in all cylinders, he will really be hard to stop. I will be venturing into this game, and I will be expecting to be entertained, as the two sides are very direct. Brentford, remember, last weekend defeated Manchester United as they came, as they remember, they also came from 2 goals down to, go up against Chelsea and eventually drawing that game. Now, City have also racked up 14 Premier League goals this season, more than any other club, but they are conceding plenty goals too. And we saw that in the Champions League over the midweek when they conceded a last-minute penalty against Monaco, which made the game end 2-2. Brentford have also scored in every game that they have played under their new manager, Keith Andrews. And I think their directness could be an issue for Manchester City. But personally, I still feel like Man City will prevail on this one. And this is it from the extra time on Aneke TV, and this is where we always bring you the best of sporting updates, and whenever it is weekend, it is always exciting because you know that the best of sports is coming your way. My name remains Kelechi Nnaji, and this will also come your way by this time again next week, Monday. Do not forget to follow us on socials. It is Aneke TV on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and X. Bye until we see you next week.
I'm Bebra Wakoba. I am Chidimike Mede.
I am Uche Osai.
I'm Chinwendo Ifeonwankwe.
My name is Obobina Samson.
Please keep watching Aneke TV, or you can visit us on our socials like Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, or YouTube, all at Aneke TV.
This is Aneke TV. We move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ibai. Ekelemu. Ojo wani eje gondo. Ndo ana atoka. Oya na ana nke nyanu na awo. Ibai adino. Ogologo ndo. Aruike. Oduma iveje ne ndo anya. Na ingori iveje ne ndo anya. Elufuta muri imana na nsogbu ya olisembu wa na ekemeri chukwu okike onye na ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na ahụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na yo na-ekene maka tata na yo maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anyị mara na ya dịka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụ If you are the lying mouth, the buyer, when he was on the chair, difficult idea, huh?
We are delighted to have you join Youth Focus on Aneke TV. It is the program whose duty it is to place a check on the attitudes and activities of the young people. To achieve this, we make opinions, we give commendations, motivations, criticisms, and of course we say bravo to those young people whose attitudes have been verified to be good. Thank you so much. We will ask you and we urge you to keep the flag flying even higher. My name is Chukwuemeka Obasi. And our focus for today is on the drug abuse amongst youth. Permit me to introduce to you some important people. Of course, the young people we'll have on the studio today for today's program. From my left, I have Kinsley Chukwuemeka Chijokim. He is a Lego intern working with near Lego, far away Lagos State. He is also a spoken word poet. You're welcome.